I'm what you could call a collector of bootleg Pokemon games. Pokemon Diamond and Jade, Chaos Black, etc. It's amazing the frequency with which you can find them at pawn shops, Goodwill, flea markets and such. They're generally fun even if they are unplayable, which they often are. The mistranslations and poor quality make them unintentionally humorous. I've been able to find most of the ones I've played online, but there's one that I haven't seen any mention of. I bought it at a flea market about 5 years ago. Here's a picture of the cartridge, in case anyone recognizes it. Unfortunately, when I moved 2 years ago, I lost the game, so I can't provide you any screen caps. Sorry. The game started with the familiar Nidorino and Gengar intro of Red and Blue version. However, the press start screen had been altered. Red was there, but the Pokemon did not cycle through. It also said Black version under the Pokemon logo. Upon selecting New Game, the game started the Professor Oak speech, and it quickly became evident that the game was essentially Pokemon Red version. After selecting your starter, if you looked at your Pokemon, you had, in addition to Bulbasaur, Charmander or Squirtle, another Pokemon, Ghost. The Pokemon was level 1. It had the sprite of the ghosts that are encountered in Lavender Tower before obtaining the Self Scope. It had one attack, Curse. I know that there is a real move named Curse, but the attack did not exist in the first generation, so it appears it was hacked in. Defending Pokemon were unable to attack Ghost. It would only say that they were too scared to move. When the move Curse was used in battle, the screen would cut to black. The cry of the defending Pokemon would be heard, but it was distorted, played at a much lower pitch than normal. The battle screen would then reappear, and the defending Pokemon would be gone. If used in a battle against a trainer, when the Pokeballs representing their Pokemon would appear in the corner, they would have one fewer Pokeball. The implication was that the Pokemon had died. What's even stranger is that after defeating a trainer and seeing the Red received $200 for winning, the battle commands would appear again. If you selected Run, the battle would end as it normally does. But you could also select Curse. If you did, upon returning to the overworld, the trainer's sprite would be gone. After leaving and re-entering the area, the spot where the trainer had been would be replaced with a tombstone, like the ones you see in the Lavender Tower. The move Curse was not usable in all instances. It would fail against Ghost Pokemon. It would also fail if it was used against trainers that you would have to face again, such as your rival or Giovanni. It was usable in your final battle against them, however. I figured this was the gimmick of the game, allowing you to use the previously uncapturable ghosts. And because Curse made the game so easy, I essentially used it throughout the whole adventure. The game changed quite a bit after defeating the Elite Four. After viewing the Hall of Fame, which consisted of Ghost and a couple of Pokemon I used for HMs, the screen cut to black. A box appeared, with the words, "Many years later." It then cut to Lavender Tower. An old man was standing, looking at tombstones. You then realize that this man is your character. The man moved at only half of your normal walking speed. You no longer had any Pokemon with you. Not even Ghost, who, up to this point, had been impossible to remove from your party through depositing in the PC. The overworld was entirely empty. There were no people at all. There were still the tombstones of the trainers that you used Curse on, however. You could go pretty much anywhere in the overworld at this point, though your movement was limited by the fact that you had no Pokemon to use HMs. And regardless of where you went, the music of Lavender Town continued on an infinite loop. After wandering for a while, I found that if you go through Diglett's cave, one of the cuttable bushes that normally blocks the path on the other side is no longer there, allowing you to advance and return to Pallet Town. Upon entering your house and going to the exact tile where you start the game, the screen would cut to black. Then, a sprite of Caterpie appeared. It was then replaced by a Weedle, and then a Pidgey. I soon realized, as the Pokemon progressed from Rattata to Blastoise, that these were all of the Pokemon that I had used Curse on. After the end of my rivals team, a youngster appeared, and then a bug catcher. These were the trainers that I had cursed. Throughout the sequence, the Lavender Town music was playing, but it was slowly decreasing in pitch. By the time your rival appeared on screen, it was little more than a demonic rumble. Another cut to black. A few moments later, the battle screen suddenly appeared. Your trainer sprite was now that of an old man, the same as the one who teaches you how to catch Pokemon in Viridian City. Ghost appeared on the other side, along with the words, "Ghost wants to fight." You couldn't use items, and you had no Pokemon. If you tried to run, you couldn't escape. The only option was fight. Using fight would immediately cause you to use struggle, which did not affect Ghost, but did chip off a bit of your own HP. When it was Ghost's turn to attack, it would simply say, ... Eventually, when your HP reached a critical point, Ghost would finally use Curse. The screen cut to black a final time. Regardless of the buttons you pressed, you were permanently stuck in this black screen. At this point, the only thing you could do was turn the Game Boy off. When you played again, New Game was the only option. The game had erased the file. I played through this hacked game many, many times. And every time, the game ended with this same sequence. Several times, I didn't use Ghost at all, though he was impossible to remove from the party. In these cases, it did not show any Pokemon or trainers, and simply cut to the climactic battle with Ghost. I'm not sure what the motives were behind the creator of this hack. It wasn't widely distributed, so it was presumably not for any monetary gain. It was very well done for a bootleg. It seems he was trying to convey a message, though it would seem I am the sole receiver of this message. I'm not entirely sure what it was. The inevitability of death, the pointlessness of it. Perhaps he was simply trying to morbidly inject death and darkness into a children's game. Regardless, this children's game has made me think, and it has made me cry. The Lavender Town Syndrome, also known as Lavender Town Tone or the Lavender Town Suicides, was a peak in suicides and illnesses of children between the ages of 7 to 12 in Japan back in 1996. This phenomenon occurred shortly after the release of the first Pokémon games, Pokémon Red and Green. Rumors say that these suicides and illnesses only occurred after children playing the game reached Lavender Town. The location's theme music had extremely high frequencies that studies have shown only children and young teens can hear, because their ears are more sensitive. Due to this effect, at least 200 children supposedly took their lives, and many more developed conditions and afflictions. The children who took their lives usually did so by hanging or jumping from heights. Those who did not often acted irrationally and complained of severe headaches after listening to this theme music. This mass hysteria was caused by the first released version of the game. After the incidents, the programmers fixed the location's music to be at a lower frequency. Lavender Town now sounds differently, depending on which Pokémon you're playing, but since that change, children are no longer affected by the song. One video appeared in 2010 using special software to analyze the audio waves of Lavender Town's music. When played, the software created images of the unknown near the end of the audio. This created controversy since the unknown don't appear in the series until the Generation 2 games, Gold, Silver, and Crystal. The arrangement of the unknown appears to translate to "Leave now." The original Lavender Town theme can still be found and listened to on YouTube. However, listener discretion is advised. The Buried Alive model, often referred to as its code, the Berryman script, was to be found on the final story of the Pokémon Tower, in what has now been replaced with the Marowak Ghost. According to the scripts assigned to it, the buried alive model was intended to be the boss of the tower. Once reaching the top floor, the following conversation was to have taken place. "You're here. I'm trapped, and I'm lonely. So very lonely. Won't you join me?" After this, the battle would have been initiated. Once in battle view, the buried alive model appears to be a decaying human corpse attempting to crawl out of the ground. It had been programmed to have two white hands, a Gengar and a Muck. Strangely enough, a protocol for the buried alive's actions after it was defeated were not written. In the case of the player defeating it, the game would freeze. However, a specific ending was written by an unknown programmer upon losing the battle. In this ending, the buried alive was to have stated, "Finally, fresh meat," followed by several lines of gibberish. It was then to have dragged the player character into the ground surrounding him. The scene would finish with a typical game over screen. However, in the background, an image of the buried alive character devouring the player was to have been shown. Especially strange are the protocols for after this scene. The cartridge was to download this image to the small internal memory contained in the Game Boy, overwriting the title screen that normally accompanied a Game Boy turning on. Instead, whenever it was started, the player would view this image as the sound file staticmesh.wave was played. The intended purpose for this effect, unlike many other factors leading towards Lavender Town syndrome, is unknown. About a month ago, I bought a second-hand Pokémon Red cartridge off eBay, so I could start a new game and screw around without messing up my save file. As soon as I compared it to my old one, I knew it was either a bootleg or produced somewhere else. You can see in the picture how the sticker doesn't fit the front of the cartridge, and the red plastic is cheap and almost see-through. If you look closely, you can see the internal battery on the second, while the first can't be seen through at all. When I started it up, it only had one option: new game. And unlike the well-loved cartridge I'd been using, it didn't have any wear marks from being inserted into the Game Boy Color or anything indicating that it had been used. Well, what the hell, I figured. I'd poured plenty of money into the franchise, and one bootlegged game wasn't going to kill me, so I popped it into my Game Boy Color and started playing. A couple of weeks ago, I lost my Game Boy Color for a while, so I had to play it on my SP. No huge deal, I thought. When I started the game back up, oddly enough, the backlit screen of my SP went out, like I was playing on an old Game Boy Advance or a Game Boy Color. I thought that was pretty weird, considering the lowest setting of my SP's screen was brighter than the high setting on all my friends' SPs, as I took good care of it, and it was unlikely that the backlight would be going out anytime soon. But as soon as I switched over to playing Pokémon Sapphire, the screen lit back up. I had played my normal copy of Red on this SP plenty, and it had never dimmed or gone out like that. So I just put this down to the game itself being poorly made, which makes no sense, I know. About now, you're probably wondering when I'm going to start telling you about how there were unknown in my party and the buried alive guy in Lavender Town started eating my player character. Because, you know, any pre-owned bootleg game story is bound to be some creepy hack shit. Well, it wasn't that simple. I played through Lavender Town, the Pokemon Tower, all of that, and nothing unusual happened. I didn't go mad from the music and suddenly feel suicidal. My Pokemon never turned white and started crying tears of blood or anything like that. However, as I continued playing, it did become apparent to me that this game had some glitches. Just like the cheap plastic casing and the sticker that barely stuck, the game itself was flaky. I've never played Pokemon on an emulator before, but if I had to guess, I would say that when it was copied, a lot of the data was corrupted, and I had to be careful when playing, or maybe it would freeze up or something. For example, sometimes the graphics around the player, I'm going to call him Red since that's what I named him, would turn into big colored bars, and the game would stop. The background music would stop on whatever note it had hit, and play this high-pitched, staticky whine until I would restart the game. This happened whenever I tried to get on my bike inside a cave or a building. I was almost sure that this was just a normal bootlegged game, until I examined the Super Nintendo in the Celadon department store. Don't judge me, but being a Red fanboy, I've always liked when the game said things from Red's point of view. Like how he says, "Dad would like this," when you examine the Super Nintendo, or "I should get going," when you examine the TV. Since you never get to see the player say anything, to the point where, as a joke, the developers made Red say nothing more than ellipses when you encountered him in Gold, Silver, Crystal. Anyways, when I examined the SNES, where Red would normally say, "Dad would like this," instead, I saw the text, "Where is Dad?" I examined it again, and same thing. I kind of laughed it off, thinking for some reason it was a poor translation. In the back of my mind, I was kind of hoping for a hack game, because hey, if I got some screen caps and posted them on 4chan, I would at least be able to kill an afternoon laughing about it. I went to the next floor, then went back down, checked the SNES again. To my surprise, the message had changed. Now, Red said, "Who created me?" At this point, I was pretty sure this had been added in by some hacker, and I thought that was kind of awesome. Hell, Red finding out that he was really just a video game character. That's pretty funny. After that, and after failing to find any other added-in dialogue, I continued on in the game's story. At that point, I was about near the part where you surf to Cinnabar and the Seafoam Islands. But the glitching was getting worse. Sometimes the map would get distorted, like Glitch City, and Red would be surfing on a tree or a house or some shit, and I couldn't move. I had to fly out and try again. As a kid, I had always liked doing the missing no and Glitch City thing, and I had a Game Shark back in the day, so glitches were kind of cool. Eventually, I made it to Cinnabar. Now, being an avid glitcher way back then, of course, the first thing I did was fly back to Vermilion and do the old man trick. But no matter how many times I tried, I could never get Missing No to appear. I thought maybe the ROM had been edited to prevent glitching, but that clearly wasn't the case, as the thing had more bugs than Viridian Forest. Instead, when I entered the Pokemon Mansion, I was greeted by the following text window. Red. Nice try, Red. It was obvious that where Red was should be the name of whatever you named your player. What freaked me out was Red, in all caps, as the speaker. At this point, I know I had to have an edited game. The player character was telling me, nice try, after I'd failed to do a missing no. The game froze then, and I restarted. I hadn't saved since before I tried the missing no glitch. But when I turned the game on again, I was back in the mansion, exactly where the window had popped up. I could move again, so I went ahead and played through the mansion. Call me a coward, but despite my excitement, I was scared, so I played slowly and with all the lights on. I was still playing on my SP and the internal light still didn't work, so I just used that as a justification for me being a little scared. Things only got weirder. After I left the mansion, I got a message. PA. Ding dong. Time's up. Your Safari game is over. Having done Glitch City in the past, I knew this happened whenever you flew out of the Safari Zone. As expected, I was outside the Safari Zone gate the next time I hit A, with the attendants asking me if I got a good haul. I had an immense feeling of foreboding when I went to leave the gate, scared that I'd be in Glitch City or even worse. I had a flyer, but you have to understand, this is all a little unnerving. Instead, I was in Pallet Town, but there was no music, nothing. Another window appeared. Red. This isn't where I'm from. I've been lied to. I couldn't move my player after that, so I went to reset. But something stopped me. Instead, I opened the start menu and went to fly out of there. But to my horror, the Pidgeot that I had just used for fly wasn't there. Just my Blastoise, Executor, Kadabra, Mew, from the Nugget Bridge glitch, and Kangaskhan. In Pidgeot's place was a level 16 Raticate with 1 HP. It was poisoned. I checked its stats, and it had the OT Blue. It knew Hyper Beam, Quick Attack, Glare, and Skull Bash. I don't even know if Raticate should be able to learn all those moves. I've since heard that Gary's Raticate died in the game, but I had named Gary Douche in this game, just for a laugh. I guess the OT name Blue came from the fact that Blue is the opposite to Red's version. Like, maybe it was supposed to have come from a blue cartridge. I know Rattata doesn't evolve until level 20, so this was a pretty obvious hack. I had some antidotes and potions in my bag, so I figured, what the hell, I'd heal it. But when I left the Pokémon menu, the entire start menu closed, and I couldn't open it again. I tried walking, and this time I was able to move. I took a few steps, forgetting about the poison, until a text box appeared. Red. We killed it. At this point, I was getting a little freaked out. I went to my party, and Raticate wasn't there at all. Neither was my Pidgeot. The slots were empty. I closed the menu, and I tried to move again, but nothing. I didn't want to turn the game off, in case it had somehow saved again. So I just kept trying to move, before remembering that my Kadabra still knew teleport. When I hit start, nothing happened. I kept trying to move, but I couldn't. No. Red wasn't letting me move. Red. This happened to me. Why? At that point, I just shut the game off. I took this hacked Red version out, and I put in Fire Red. Just like with my old game, I had named the player Red. And for some reason, it still kind of scared me. I started it up, and to my horror, the screen was still dimmed. I pressed continue on the main menu, but when I tried to open my game, I got the message saying that my save data had been lost or corrupted. And when I started, the game froze, with the music just being a staticky whine. By this point, I was really desperate to just play a normal Pokemon game where no weird shit was going on. I was pissed that my Fire Red version was seemingly broken, so I threw in Sapphire and I started it up. The screen lit up normally. I thought for a moment, maybe something was wrong with my SP that broke my Fire Red. I didn't want that happening to my Sapphire. With the Jirachi from Colosseum and the Phoebus it had taken me an hour to find. So I shut it off, and I pulled it out. I started playing what I came to call Glitchy Red version again, about a week ago. When I started it back up, I was still in Pallet Town, and there was music and things seemed normal, except for the empty slot in my party and my SP screen no longer lighting up. I cycled to Viridian, and I found Pidgeot safely in my PC. So I figured, what the hell, and I took it out and flew to Cinnabar to fight Blaine. When I went to unlock the gym, surprise, another text box. Red. No. No matter how many times I tried, the game refused to believe I had the key, despite it being right there in my bag. Red was not letting me in. Another text appeared. Red. Everything that happened to me happened because the world let it happen to me. I didn't become a hero on my own. I was manipulated. I never unlocked that door. The door was unlocked because the game let me in. Everything you do because the game lets you. Because of how the text boxes were, it took a really long time to scroll through. And the whole time I was writing down what he was saying, so I had it on reference. Things were getting a little too Silent Hill for me. And once again, I tried to move, but Red wouldn't let me. Red, I'm going to show you how it feels to be unable to choose your own fate. I gave up, and I opened the start menu again, and I used Pidgeot to fly out of there. However, I knew now that this was only because Red was allowing me to fly out. He was toying with me. I flew to Lavender because, shockingly enough, nothing weird had ever happened there. From Lavender Town, I walked down to try and go to Fuchsia. But as soon as I left Lavender, Red popped up again. No. Well, shit, I thought. I opened the menu, and I flew to Fuchsia. When I got there, it was the Glitch City. The one you get when you surf along Cinnabar's coast. Immediately, the menu popped up, the way it does when you do the Mew glitch. It was asking me to save the game. There was no option to select no, and pressing B did nothing. I shut my game off. When I started it back up, I was still in Glitch City. I checked my party, the way Red wanted me to. Pidgeot and Kadabra were there, but instead of teleport and fly appearing when I selected them, there was only cursed. Not cursed like in that Pokémon Black Creepypasta, but cursed. I was smart enough to not select it. I hit B until I was out of the menu, and Red was telling me things again. Red, you're staying here with me. They replaced me because I was glitched and not good enough. I thought this was my story, but I'm just a character. They took everything from me. My voice, my freedom, my legacy. They replaced me with the brown-eyed kid. I understood now that he meant gold, silver, and crystal versions, where he had been demoted to final boss. He let me move, And to my surprise, the game never froze. Even as I was walking on water and stepping onto houses. Eventually, I suppose I went too far, because the screen turned black around my player. Red. Am I a joke to you? A yes/no option popped up. I hit no. Red. Then why do you do these things to me? Why do you corrupt my world and show me glitches that are not meant to be? Why do you want to hurt me with a missing no? I never wanted to hurt Red. All this was just for fun. The game had bugs, and we've all just exploited them for fun, right? Red. Why did I have to die? Just because I'm a hero? I shut my game off. That night, I had a dream where I was a Pokemon trainer. The player from Fire Red, who I will never again think of as Red. I was being chased by a white, pale body. While I can't feel pain in my dreams, the pale figure eventually caught me and ripped at my chest and sides with its nails. The last thing I saw before I woke up was the face of my attacker. A little boy with bright red eyes, black hair, and a red and white hat. For the next few days, when I played, it was because I had to. I was trapped in the blackness because Red refused to let me go. Because he was forsaken and forgotten, left to just be abused by players who come back out of nostalgia to exploit bugs and glitches. Because I'd played so much, I almost always had a headache from the high-pitched noises that this game makes. I had to call into work sick. I could never move. But I found comfort in staring at that little screen with the black background and my player. Red didn't say anything to me. I couldn't play Fire Red again, even though it worked on my DS. Yesterday, I finally got to Mount Silver on Heart Gold, and I couldn't bring myself to battle Red. I don't know what he'd do to me if I beat his replacement. Would he be angry? Happy? Would his defeat put his spirit at peace? I don't know. No matter how many times I play through the games, Red will suffer the same fate. Because he is a hero. And because the games let him only go so far. Red will never again be able to experience the glory of being the hero. And neither will we. No matter how many times you start a new game, it will never be the same as the first time you played. You know what's going to happen, and you play for nostalgia, because it's just a game. I killed Red, and so did you. Unlike Ash Ketchum, he's never going to be the hero of another new game in a brand new region. In Heart Gold, Gold's successor, Ethan, had even taken his accomplishments from him. Being the one to catch the Pokémon Red had fought so hard for. Mewtwo, Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres. His life is over for him. He became such a legend that there was nothing left of him to even be proud of himself. I finished Glitchy Red yesterday. When I finally checked my trainer card, there was a sprite of Red as he appeared in Gold, Silver, Crystal, but in the game's same monochrome color system, just red and green. When I looked closer, the red pixels making up his shirt looked darker, arranged oddly, almost like he was bleeding from the chest. None of my badges or time played or trainer ID, just that sprite. When I returned to the menu, instead of my name appearing as Red, there was the word Gone for my trainer card. I selected it, and this time the card was blank. Red. Go ahead. Forget me now. Goodbye. The game reset, the way it does after you beat the champion. And this time, there was only one option. New game. I found my Game Boy Color earlier today, and I started playing it on there. When I played on my SP, the screen lit up, and everything was normal. I had to start a new game on my Fire Red, but it's working again. Even the bootlegged Red version plays like normal. No glitches. But I can never see Red's silence the same way ever again. Or even Missing No, or the Glitch City bugs. I have a much deeper respect for the silent protagonists in the game, for all we put them through. Lavender Town used to creep me out, but now I find it very peaceful, as even Red, who wanted revenge on a world that had treated him so horribly, could never mess with the resting place of fallen Pokémon. Someday, I hope I stop waking up with scratches on my torso. There are tons of stories out there about hacked Pokemon games. Some of them are really quite neat, such as the one about a version where you get a ghost as a starter. Some are ridiculous. Silly stories about individuals dying after playing a game, or the game talking to them. God, don't these writers know that less is more when it comes to these stories? Oh well, I digress. I grew interested in these hacked games that are apparently in any thrift store on eBay or handed out by homeless people to random passers-by. I didn't have the pleasure of meeting these creepy people. I merely found this particular cartridge in a trash bin when the garbage truck backed into my neighbor's dumpster. I noticed the game and I asked the trash man if I could take it, and he didn't seem to mind. It had been thrown away after all. Of course, I checked in with my neighbour just to confirm that they actually didn't want it, though they seemed perplexed, as if they'd never seen it before in their lives. Their son made a grab for it, a little boy who saw the Charizard on the cover, crying out, "Pokémon, I want, Mummy." But his mother told him no, seeing as though I had found it. He didn't even have a Game Boy anyway. He just liked Pokémon. Thinking nothing more, I simply went home, looking at the cartridge's sticker on the way. Just a plain old red version. The sticker torn slightly across the Charizard's neck. But that was expected, with such an old game. I had had Blue version as a kid, so I was a bit eager to see the, albeit minimal, differences that Red version had. I was rather disappointed by what I saw when the title screen showed up. Pokémon Strangled Red version. Well, damn it. It was a hack. Hacks were neat and all, but they had zero monetary value. The originals being quite valuable by now. And I wanted to play Red anyway. Not this crap. Oh well. It was free. Might as well try it. The name was odd, however. Strangled Red? That made no sense. Not even in a morbid description of someone being asphyxiated, as people turned blue when choking, not red. Who knows? Maybe there was a pair of these hacks, and I just got the red one. The more I thought about this, though, the more interested I became. My initial disappointment turned into curiosity. I wanted to know what the creator had made, and I was going to know everything I saw. The first oddity I noticed was the start screen had a Charizard next to the trainer instead of a Charmander. Also, the Pokémon never cycled through like the originals did. It just stayed Charizard, even after waiting 5 minutes. Shrugging it off, I hit start, noticing that there was no Charizard cry as I did so, like there was supposed to be. I saw there was a continue option, so I figured I'd do what everyone did with used games and see what the previous owner had done. No. I blinked in surprise. No? What do you mean no? The game would not let me continue, no matter what I did. Though on the 4th attempt, I did hear the Charizard cry. Quiet and barely audible, but there. Shrugging it off again, I decided to just hit new game, like I would have done after checking the old file anyway. The screen cut to black for a while. No Professor Oak. No starting theme. Just nothing at all. Eventually, the screen came back, showing a bedroom, 2 beds, 2 TVs, and a computer in the corner. My trainer sprite was the usual one, consistent with the original Red version. I was curious as to why it didn't ask my name, though that was answered as I opened the pause menu. noticing my trainer was named Steven. No, this isn't my real name or any stupid crap like that. This game isn't self-aware or haunted. At least, not that I know of. It just had a name chosen already. Curious. I saw that he had the starter amount of money. No badges. He didn't look like Red, though. His hair was longer, almost reaching halfway down his back. Red's usual smile, replaced with a confident smirk. Honestly, I found this sprite to be much cooler than Red. Next, I checked out his Pokémon. A single Charmander, level 5, named Mickey. Nothing was odd about it. Or should I say, her, with the name and all. She had beginning Charmander stats. Only knew Scratch and Tail Whip. Basic stuff. The game seemed relatively normal. Returning to the game, I walked around the room, noticing Steven's long hair was present on the back of my trainer's sprite when my back was turned to the camera. I didn't recognize the house, but I descended the stairs to see more. Downstairs was another trainer who spoke to me the instant I came down. Mike. Ready yet? Steven. Yeah. I assumed this Mike was my rival. Pre-decided for me. A replacement of Blue, most likely. Though, I thought back to the bedroom having 2 beds, realizing they weren't just rivals. They were brothers. They talked back and forth. Basic Pokemon dialogue. Become a Pokemon master, catch 'em all. Stuff like that. Before having a little argument over which is better, Charmander or Squirtle. Which, of course, led to the introduction battle. Like the one versus Blue in the lab. Simple enough. Scratch, tackle, scratch, tackle. Until I won. Purely for having the first turn. I took note of how much better Steven's sprite looked in combat than Red's. A different pose. His hair looking like it was blowing in the wind. A brief, minor upgrade, but still, much nicer. I left the house after some more banter with my brother, stepping out to the Pallet Town theme. Going to the east, I found this was indeed Pallet Town. The house was simply on the outskirts, to the west. I noted that there was no mysterious grassy field, like in the normal Pallet Town. Wandering about, I decided to check in on Red's home. His mother was inside, and when I talked to her, she commented on how handsome Steven looked, hoping her son would look up to him as a role model for when he became a trainer himself next year. Which, of course, led me to realize that this game took place a year before the original Pokémon. Red was even upstairs, playing the Super Nintendo in his room, commenting, "I'm gonna be the best too, when it's my turn." I was actually starting to like this hack. It was interesting. A completely new adventure. A different character. Hell, Steven even seemed to have a history with the people in town. A reputation. A personality. beyond a silent protagonist. The people in town talked to him as a person, making conversation, not just spouting tutorial crap. Even Blue's sister had new dialogue. They seemed to be in a relationship, as the dialogue ended with a kiss and a heart over her head. Professor Oak simply wished me well, giving me a Pokédex to aid my adventure. He wasn't giving it to me to be the reason behind the adventure, like every other Pokémon game out there. He gave it to me out of kindness, something to help me on my way, a gift. I was liking this more and more with each second. The game seemed to have an actual story now. I was somebody, not just a cookie-cutter protagonist that anyone could be. Not some blank sheet that could be replaced without notice. The story was different, though the actual gameplay remained unchanged. I went north, like I was supposed to. Went from town to town, collected badges, received the praise of the leaders. Steven's fame even seemed to spread, as some NPCs would talk like they knew him. I used Miki for every battle, and she was growing surprisingly fast. She handled Brock with ease, even pounded Misty with no trouble at all. She wasn't as adversely affected by super effective attacks as others. Did more damage than a regular Charmander. She was a veritable powerhouse. She even became a Charizard at the mere level of 25. Not bad at all, I must say. Things started to get weird though, as soon as I reached Lavender Town. I know. Lavender Town is the focus behind every creepy story and the like. But it was the only place that was noticeably different. There was no Team Rocket invasion, which I found odd. Though, I did remember this was a year in the past, so the invasion wouldn't occur until Red's time. I tried to enter Pokemon Tower, aiming to get a Ghastly. But that's when things got odd. A text box appeared. Steven, I have no reason to be here. Steven would not enter Pokemon Tower, no matter what I did. This was weird. I mean, hell, there are a million places in Kanto you really have no need to be. Little random houses with nothing but children NPCs, for example. Why was it here that Steven would not enter? With a shrug, I figured I wouldn't need a Ghastly, seeing as Miki could handle anything. So, I simply went on my way. Lavender Town serving no purpose, other than a passageway with a Pokemon Center. The game progressed normally from there. The remaining gyms fell, and eventually I made my way to the Elite Four and defeated them. As with Blue, my brother Mike was there before me, initiating the championship battle, which Miki swept with ease. The aftermath of the battle was quite pleasant. None of the tension that was present between Red and Blue at the end of their match. The brothers congratulated each other on their progress and shook hands before the screen went white. No Hall of Fame, nor any credits. When the screen came back, it was at the house again. The two brothers sitting at the computer, conversing with each other. Stephen, I don't want to. Mike, come on. I just gotta borrow her for a second to finish the Pokédex. The entry won't register unless she registers me as master for just a second. Stephen, but she's my Miki. Mike, I promise I'll give her back. Come on, please. Yes or no? I was a bit perplexed, so I hit no, just to be cautious. Mike, come on, please. No. Mike, come on, please. I realized that this would simply continue to loop until I hit yes. So I did, just to see what would happen. Mike, alright, this will just take a sec. Then we'll both be Pokemon Masters. The screen changed to the animation shown when two people trade Pokemon, which I found a bit weird, seeing as I was playing solo. But whatever. This was what was apparently supposed to happen. Miki went first. I watched lazily as she began to travel down the trading tube. Snap. That made me jump. The sudden noise resonating in my silent bedroom. Loud, due to the volume being way up. Looking at the screen, I noticed the game had seemed to freeze. Miki, still in mid-trade. But the game wasn't doing anything. With a sigh, I just turned it off, wondering when my last save was. When the game turned back on, I stared for a moment at the start screen. There was no Charizard next to the trainer. Upon pressing start, I saw the new game option was absent, leaving only continue. This was strange, to say the least. So I simply selected it. The game starting without even showing my stats as usual. My jaw dropped at what I was greeted with. 1 year later, the Lavender Town theme came first, playing its normal way. The screen slowly fading in from blackness. Stephen was in the Pokemon Tower, which made the music even stranger, seeing as the tower had its own theme. He was standing in front of a tombstone, not doing anything. Wondering what was going on, I pressed A. Stephen. ... Confused, I tried walking, realizing I was indeed in control at the moment. I brought up the pause menu, and I checked my party. Miki was gone. Not just Miki. All Pokemon. He had nothing. The Pokédex was absent from the menu. His bag was empty. honestly concerned now. I checked his trainer card. He had no money. He had no badges. His playtime was 8,795 hours, which was impossible as I had only 30 logged in before. But that wasn't the strangest part. His picture, the picture of the handsome, confident young trainer, was different. His eyes were blank. His face turned slightly down. That smirk of his, gone, replaced by a lack of any expression at all. That long hair of his, before in a perfect perm, was now messy, unkempt. I couldn't look at him anymore. Closing the menu, I went to move out of the tower. But with every step I took away from the tombstone, the screen would flicker, like it would when a Pokémon is poisoned. Gulping, I brought up the trainer card again. His picture was getting worse. With every step I took, he hung his head more and more. His shoulders slumped. He bent over. By the time I had exited the tower, he was on his knees, hands to his face, his hair draped across him. I had guessed already what was going on, but this clinched it. I began to put some things together in my mind. I had always wondered why there was no champion in the original games besides your rival. Why is it you, the protagonist, had to beat your rival when he just waltzed in? No previous champion to challenge. Then it struck me. The answer was right there. The previous champion gave up. His precious Miki was apparently dead. And with her, so died part of him. His Pokédex, the other Pokémon, his badges, his fame, all of it. He threw it away. In that year, the year that I missed, the year where all those hours came from. I even did the math. There are 8,765 hours in a year. Add that to my 30 from before, and it matched up. Even so, the game kept going. This should have been an ending, I thought. I mean, what else was there to do? I had no Pokédex, no Pokémon, not anything. What was I supposed to be doing? I talked to everyone in the town, but they all said similar things. Are you okay? Still mourning, I see. Everything will be all right. Please, is there anything we can do? Stephen never replied to them, and they all simply said the same things over and over. I couldn't put the game down now. This was all so strange. Curious, I headed off into the tall grass, and eventually got into a battle with a Rattata. No Pokémon was sent out, just Stephen's sprite. I was wondering how I would battle. Wild Rattata, left you be. The battle ended without anything happening. This was certainly interesting, and it happened with every Pokemon I encountered. Wild Pidgey ignored you. Wild Ponyta wandered off. The music never changed either. No matter where I went, Lavender Town came from the speakers, following me. Sometimes slowed down slightly, sometimes not. I searched everywhere, every town, talked to everybody, wondering just what the hell I needed to do. My frustration was mixing with the depressing atmosphere of all this, making the experience altogether unnerving and uncomfortable. But I simply couldn't tear myself away. I was starting to get a bit angry though. Nobody telling me anything besides giving me their condolences and trying to give me items like lemonade or coffee. Each met with Stephen saying, "No." I slapped myself for idiocy, suddenly realizing how the likely answer was right in front of me. Pallet Town. Of course. When I went there though, which took a long time having to walk, no Pokemon to fly with, no bike to ride, and Stephen only moving half the regular movement speed, things weren't much different. I first tried talking to Professor Oak. "These things happen. You were just unlucky." Next, I tried to speak to Blue's sister. "Please, don't leave home again." Red's mum wouldn't even talk to me at all. With nowhere else in mind to go, I walked to the west, finding the house from the beginning, which I had never entered since leaving Pallet Town. Inside was Mike, but talking to him was just as useless. "I'm so sorry," he said. I pondered for a moment if this really was the ending. Stephen, doomed to do nothing but roam Kanto in misery, haunted by the memories, forced to listen to everyone's concerns about him. As a last-ditch effort to do anything, I went to the bedroom and I walked over to the bed. "Stephen, I'm going to sleep." The screen faded to black for a moment, but then slowly faded back in, the world having a black tint to it. Mike's sprite was laying in the other bed. I assumed that this meant it was nighttime. "Stephen, I'm going to do it." "Do what?" Again, I had no idea. I tried inspecting everything in the room, but nothing happened. As soon as I left the house, another dialogue. "Stephen, it can bring her back. It can do anything." What in the hell was it? Something that could do anything? I couldn't, for the life of me, figure it out. Wandering around, I tried to leave Pallet Town the usual way. "Stephen, not that way." He wouldn't go any further. I tried to enter the homes. "Stephen, Screw them. I quirked my eyebrow at that, forgetting for a moment that this was not a real Pokemon game. The vulgarity just took me off guard. I continued to look around, but there was nowhere I could go. Until I accidentally stepped on the ocean. Stephen walked right in, only the upper half of his sprite visible, like the swimmers you encounter in the Cerulean gym. I didn't know he could swim. Stephen, the missing one. Missing one? I paused for a moment. No, it couldn't possibly mean that. I hadn't tried the missing no trick on this hack yet, but it just fit too well. That had to be what he meant. I surfed all the way towards Cinnabar. I began to feel something was off, more so than this already was. Silence. The Lavender Town theme had stopped. There was no noise at all, nor were there any Pokemon. I just kept going, finding Cinnabar and surfing up and down the east coast. Lo and behold, Wild Missing No appeared. Stephen. Mine. Wild Missing No was caught. What the hell? Stephen didn't do anything. He just commanded that atrocity of broken data to join him. No. Become his possession. And it did. I was getting more and more disturbed by this all. Checking the start menu, I saw Missing No was not in my party, but instead an item, making things stranger. I checked the trainer card as well. Stephen has his back to me, his long hair draped behind him, his hands in his pockets, nothing else. Remembering what he said at the start of this night, I realized what I had to do. I surfed to land and made my way northeast to, where else? Lavender Town. Along the way, I noticed all the trainers, oddly still out at this hour. They wouldn't look at Stephen, all of them turning away when he passed. Even those that were normally static. I tried talking to one of the officers in the guardhouse type buildings. Just go. They all said the same thing, though one of them sent chills down my spine. Sometimes dead is best. My hands were sweating by this point. Stephen was about to try the impossible. Something that some would see as a crime against nature. Which many of these people shared that opinion. I steeled myself. It's just a game, and I was going to complete it. It took an eternity to reach Pokemon Tower, but I got there eventually. I took a deep breath, and I headed towards the tombstone. I remembered which one. That image of Stephen standing before it was burned into my mind. First, I tried inspecting it, Stephen. Mickey. Nothing happened. With a gulp, I opened the menu and I selected Missing No from the bag. Oak. Stephen, don't use it. I was reminded of when Oak would magically tell you that you couldn't use a key item somewhere, like when trying to use the bicycle inside a building. Though the message this time was different. Even worse, Stephen responded to it. Stephen, in a world that cheated me, why should I play fair? Stephen used it. Stephen obtained. The name on the screen was simply the letter M, followed by a jumble of random characters. What in God's name did I obtain? I couldn't tell you, because the game took away my control. Without my input, Stephen began to leave the tower on his own, walking single step by single step. The Lavender Town theme started again as he left the tower and began his excruciatingly slow journey against my will. Every time he crossed one of the borders where the music would change, it got progressively slower, more and more disturbing. By the time he reached Cerulean City, it was a demonic rumbling. I just stared, watching him, trying to guess where he might be going. But it was getting more and more obvious. He was heading back to Pallet Town. The music had all but stopped by the time he got there, playing single note by single note. He went exactly where I had guessed, right to his own house, inside and up the stairs. At this point, there was no music. Stephen moved step by step, stopping at his brother's bed, turning to face him. At first, I thought the game froze. He didn't do anything, simply stood there, and I couldn't move him. I did, however, find out I could open the pause menu. I was terrified to look, but I couldn't stop myself. I selected his trainer card. There was a low growl noise, like a distorted Pokémon cry. Stephen was looking at me again, directly at the screen. He was hunched over, his bangs obscuring his face. His hair was wild and feathered out. Between his bangs, there wasn't even a face at all. Just black. Two red eyes looking straight forward, and a white grin contrasting with the darkness. That wasn't all. His name was all glitched out, spelled with random characters. I couldn't look away. My eyes glued to his, not breaking contact for some time. My vision was getting blurry, until I couldn't see very well at all. My face grew wet. I was crying. There was nothing I could do to hold back the tears. I was with this boy from the start. I built him up to greatness and was then forced to watch his decline after a tragic accident. And now, he was this thing, this abomination. I watched him go insane. Holding my tears, wiping my eyes, I closed out of the trainer card and tried to save the game, wanting to just quit. The game informed me that this was impossible. Nothing can be saved now. The pause menu wouldn't close, no matter what I did. So, with no other option, I checked the bag. Nothing happened. I checked Pokémon. A single sprite met me. It had 0 HP. Its status? Dead. Its name? That jumbled mess of characters from earlier. I selected it, and I was greeted with 4 options. Status. It's her. Switch. Never. Close. No. Strangle. My fingers shaking. I selected Strangle. And the menu closed, showing Stephen in the room again. Stephen. Goodbye. Snap. The game shut itself off. I was more dumbfounded than frightened. In a bit of a state of shock, I turned it back on. The title screen showed the manic, twisted Stephen and a horribly glitched Charizard. I pressed start and then continue. All I saw was a zoomed out view of Pallet Town, showing Stephen's home to the west. Tall grass surrounding it. Those unmovable stones blocking it from the rest of the town. The image was completely static. No music, no movement, before fading to white, going back to the title screen. It was as it had been when I first popped it in. A trainer and a Charizard. I attempted to hit continue. No. In the original Pokémon Red and Blue, when you encounter your rival in Lavender Town, he asks whether or not you know what it's like to have one of your Pokémon die. At this point in the game, he no longer has his Raticate that he used in previous battles. Your rival battle before this took place aboard the SSN. Your rival's Raticate sustained serious injuries from the battle, but because of crowding and confusion on the luxury liner, he was unable to make it to a Pokémon Center in time, and the Raticate passed away. The real reason your rival is in Lavender Town to begin with is to lay his deceased friend to rest. Despite all of this, your rival never outwardly tells you that you're responsible for the death of his Pokémon. He hides his grief, and instead channels that energy into the motivation he needs to continue his quest to become Indigo League champion. The death of his Raticate effectively destroys your rival's impish childhood innocence. Although he tells himself that he doesn't hold you responsible, he subconsciously holds a great deal of resentment towards you, which further fuels his ambitions. Tearfully swearing upon his Raticate's grave to not fail in what he set out to do, he trains hard in hopes of becoming better than you, defeating you, and eventually makes it to the Pokemon League. Mere moments after he became Indigo League champion, he was defeated by you. Although he fulfilled his promise to his fallen Pokemon, it was only for a painfully brief instant. In the end, your rival is scolded by his grandfather, while you receive the professor's praise. During the course of the game, you steal your rival's innocence, crush his dreams, and ultimately snatch away the love of his own grandfather. Oh, and by the way, your rival doesn't have any parents. He's an orphan. Does anyone remember Pokémon Green? I'm not referring to the Japanese game with Venusaur in the box. I mean the one that was sold here, with Scyther on the front. I seem to be the only one who remembers this game. I wish I never encountered it in the first place. It all started in 1998, when Pokémon made its way to the West with Pokémon Red and Blue. I was only 7 years old. A friend of mine had let me borrow his copy of Blue, and from that moment onwards, I was addicted to the series. When the time came, I was reluctant to return the game to him, but I did. For the next few days, all I could talk about was that game. As a kid, your whole world can revolve around a simple game like Pokemon. I ended up helping my dad with yard work a few days before my birthday, and I couldn't help but talk his ear off about Pokemon. To my surprise, he said, "Get in the car. We're going to Walmart." Was he really about to purchase me my own copy of Pokemon? I was incredibly excited. This was one of the best days of my life. But it would also lead to one of my worst. We arrived at Walmart, and my father told me that this would be an early birthday gift, and I could only keep it if I behaved myself and did all of my chores. I would have done anything to get my hands on a copy of Pokemon. We went inside and made our way to the video game section. And there they were, sprawled across the shelves in a beautiful fashion. Pokémon Red, Pokémon Blue, and Pokemon Green? I had never heard of Pokemon Green, but the Scyther on the cover enticed me, and I had to have it. I grabbed a copy, checked out at the register, and we went home. Oh, I was so happy. But that happiness would not last. When I arrived at my house, I ran upstairs to my room, tore apart the box, and took the cartridge out. The cartridge was odd. I assumed it would have a normal picture of a normal Scyther on it, just as the box did. Instead, the Scyther was offset to the right, almost as if it was battling something that wasn't there. And it was almost glowing. The background was black, and underneath the Pokemon logo, it didn't say green version, as I had expected. As unsettled as this had made me feel, I still placed the cartridge into my Game Boy, eager to get started. I turned it on, and I found that instead of seeing an intro, like in Blue version, it immediately brought me to a screen with only one choice. Continue. Okay, where was New Game? I wasn't too disappointed though. My overwhelming curiosity compelled me to select Continue. I did so, and after a few moments, I found my character in what I assumed was my home. I tried to walk outside, but to my dismay, I couldn't exit the house. There were no stairs, and I couldn't interact with any of the objects in the room. What the hell? I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach, realizing that my cartridge might be broken, and I might not be able to play this amazing video game after all. I shut my Game Boy off, took the cartridge out, blew on it, and I put it back in. It brought me to the same screen, with the same option. Continue. I clicked on Continue and it brought me to the same room. I tried shutting it off and blowing on the cartridge a few more times before I finally became too frustrated and simply gave up. What the hell was going on? I told my dad about the game, and he took a look at it. He was brought to the same screen, in the same room, and he, as well as I, could not escape this room. He saw the torn up box on my floor and sighed. Well, we can't return it now. To my surprise, he then said, I'll have to get you a new one tomorrow. I became incredibly happy once more, and I gave my dad the biggest hug I'd ever given him in my life. Though disappointed in the game I received, I was glad to have the opportunity to get another one. The next day, my father and I proceeded to Walmart. We walked over to the video game section and a lot of the Pokemon games were gone. Half of Blue, most of Red, and all of Green had apparently been sold. There weren't even shelves anymore for where Pokemon Green had been. Wow, I thought to myself, Green must be popular. I wasn't upset. I was not intending on purchasing another copy of Green anyway, seeing as it didn't work out so well the last time. This time, I grabbed Red. I had already played Blue, and attempted to play Green, so this time I wanted to try something new. We went home. I ran upstairs and opened the box very carefully, in case we had to return this one. I took the red cartridge out, placed it in my Game Boy, and played for hours. I played Pokémon Red until the sun came up the next morning. To this day, Red is my favorite of the Pokémon games, and is a great childhood memory. As for my copy of Green, I put it in a drawer, and I forgot about it until many years later. It was May of 2007 when I received a copy of Pokémon Pearl for the Nintendo DS. My dad, knowing how much I loved the series, bought me it out of the blue, knowing how happy I'd be. "Thank you so much," I exclaimed. Before my dad could even respond, I ran next door to my friend Billy's house, and I showed him. "What?" he said. "My mum just bought me Diamond." Apparently my dad and Billy's mum had planned this for a week, without the two of us catching on. Without another word, we started to play, and we felt like kids again. After many hours, we stopped playing and decided to relive our childhoods and talk about the original generation of Pokémon. "My favorite will always be Pokémon Red," I stated. "Blue for me," said Billy. I recalled my first time playing Red, and then I remembered something that I had not thought about in years. The game that I had played before Red, or at least tried to. Pokémon Green. "What about Green?" I asked Billy. "Did you ever play that one?" Billy looked confused. Very funny. Now I was confused. "What do you mean?" Billy looked displeased. "You and I both know Green was only ever released in Japan." "Nuh-uh, I had a copy," I said. He now realized that I wasn't joking. He was further confused. "What are you talking about?" To my understanding, up until this point, Pokémon Red, Blue, and Green all came out here at the same time, in 1998. Green soon became overshadowed by Red and Blue, and this is why I hadn't heard much about Green since my younger years. This is what I had thought, at least. According to Billy, the biggest Pokemon expert I know, the Pokemon Green I was describing doesn't exist. Certainly not one with a Scyther on the front. Determined to prove Billy wrong, I invited him to my house and brought him to my room, where I would show him my copy of Green. I dug through the drawers of my desk, and eventually turned them upside down in my efforts, only to be let down. "Where is it? I distinctly remember putting it in here when I was younger." "See?" Billy said. "There's no such thing. You probably dreamed it up or something." Billy went home, but I kept searching, and searching, and searching, only to tear my room apart for nothing. Pokemon Green was gone. The following day, I woke up, jumped out of bed and brushed my teeth, and continued downstairs. There, I found my father, with a large breakfast waiting for me. The usual Sunday. We ate, indulged in some small talk about sports and the weather, and eventually I decided that maybe I should ask my dad about the game. and so I did. That old thing? Oh yeah. I took it from your room, not long after we bought it, and I tried to return it without the package. They tried to lie to me and say they didn't sell that game there. I gave them a what for and stormed out. They could have just told me they needed the box. Anyway, I think it's in my dresser upstairs. I'll go get it. As my dad made his way to his room, I thought to myself, Billy said the game doesn't exist, and Walmart said that they never carried it in their store. This was beginning to make me feel uneasy. Lo and behold, my father came down the stairs and handed me the game I had been searching for. Pokémon Green. I felt an unnerving but overwhelming need to attempt to play the game once more. So I grabbed my old Game Boy from my room, and I proceeded to play. I would have had Billy dissect the game with me, but it was Sunday. He would be at church with his family. I was alone in my efforts. The game started the way it normally did, with nothing but continue to choose from. So I chose continue, and I found my character in the same room, trapped. This time around though, being older, I was able to pay attention to more detail. Maybe now I could find a way out. I decided to hit start, see if I had any Pokemon. In my party was a Scyther. Not so surprising. Level 25. The only moves it knew were Strength, Cut, and Flash. Could a Scyther even learn all those moves? I ventured to my items, only to find nothing, and to my trainer stats, only to find that I had no money, no badges, and 0 hours clocked in. Which is impossible. If I hadn't already crossed the threshold of weird, I now had. I gave the room a good once-over, to see if I could spot anything I missed as a child. To my delight, I had missed something. There was a boulder in the room. As a kid, I probably thought it was a chair or something like that. Considering that I had never really played Pokemon before. The boulder was on the right side of the room, against the wall. Naturally, I had Scyther use Strength, and I was able to move it. I walked up to the spot on the wall that the boulder was in front of, and I hit the A button. A text box came up. It just said, Dark. Every time I hit A, it would only say, Dark. What the hell is happening? Then I stopped and thought for a second, and I remembered that Scyther knew Flash. I used it near the wall where the boulder had been, and a path became lit. A seemingly miraculous exit had been found. I grew less unnerved and more excited as I walked this almost endless hallway that was just big enough for my character to squeeze through. Finally, I came to a literal light at the end of my tunnel, as if I was exiting a cave rather than a house. I walked through, and where did it bring me? I ended up on the side of my house, in what looked like Pallet Town. Mind you, my house looked to be of normal size, void of any protruding extensions on the side where the hallway would have been. This was odd, but I just shrugged and kept playing. There was also no way to get back into the house, seeing as there were no doors. I walked around a bit and found that there were no doors on any of the buildings. It was a ghost town, aside from what looked like Professor Oak standing in front of his lab where the door should have been. I tried talking to him, but a text box came up every time with ... This put me off a little, but I marched on. The only logical thing to do was to head north to Vermilion. So I started towards the grass. Before I could even get there, Professor Oak came up behind me. "What do you think you're doing? It's too dangerous for you and your Pokémon." A battle sequence started. Was I really going to battle Professor Oak? Sure enough, I was. The sprite for Oak was strange. He was looking down at the ground, and the expression on his face made him look as though he was troubled. Oak sent out a level 5 Squirtle, and I, obviously, sent out my level 25 Scyther. The Squirtle sprite looked the same as Oak, troubled and looking down. I defeated it quickly, and Oak said, "Don't go." He then sent out, unsurprisingly, a troubled-looking level 5 Charmander. I defeated it again, quickly. Oak stated again, "Don't go." He then sent out, as you've probably guessed, a level 5 and equally as troubled-looking Bulbasaur. I finished him off, and the battle was over. But not before Oak popped up on screen one last time to say, "Don't go." Professor Oak stayed there near the grass, silent, as I walked off towards Viridian City. Once he was out of sight, a text box popped up, seemingly from Oak, with the words, "I beg of you, do not leave. You won't be able to return." Unmoved by Oak's words, but still unnerved by the creepiness of what I was now convinced was a hacked game, I pressed on towards Viridian City. Before I could reach my destination, the light illuminating my way disappeared. It became darker and darker until it was pitch black. Just as it became pitch black, I ran into a wild Pokémon. From this point forward, I will refer to this particular Pokémon simply as the Invisible. It was at level 100, and it had no sprite or name. I was unable to fight it, because every time I would choose one of my Scyther's moves, it would say, "Scyther is too scared to move." I would run away from the battle and attempt to move, but I would find myself running into the Invisible again before I could even take one step. I was stuck. This happened about another 5 times before I finally decided to stay still and think, what if I use Flash? I had Scyther use Flash, only to find my path to Viridian City dimly lit with a dark green tint. I continued, and the invisible seemed to have vanished. I finally made it to Viridian City, or at least a dark green, dimly lit version. As soon as I stepped foot into the town, a text box popped up that said, "Viridian City, stay forever, and enjoy the gym." What the hell? Stay forever? Enjoy the gym? I tried walking back from where I came, but there was an invisible wall. I tried walking forward, only to find another invisible wall at the north end of the town. Oak was right. I could not leave Viridian City. I calmed down a bit, and I explored the town. Much like Pallet Town, the buildings had no doors, except for the gym. The only person in town was that old man who teaches you how to catch Pokemon. Avoiding the old man, whom I'd found creepy even in the normal Pokemon games, I tried the gym. It was locked. I walked all around town, and inevitably, I had to talk to the old man to progress. Reluctantly, I did so. "Hey, so you want to catch Pokemon, do you? You want to become a Pokemon master, defeat the powerful trainers in the Pokemon League, and enjoy an endless life of solitude?" I was then given a choice, yes or no. Endless life of solitude? I chose no. Well then, stay forever and enjoy the gym. What the hell? I can't enjoy a locked gym. I spoke to him again to find the exact same script. Only this time, I chose yes. And he said, "Well then, you are well on your way to becoming what you've always wanted to be. But first, come with me. I will introduce you to a true Pokemon master." He walked me to the gym and stood near the entrance. I tried to talk to him again, but it wouldn't work. I guess he wouldn't be introducing me to anyone. I tried the gym once more, but this time, I could walk right in. I was a little nervous, but I thought to myself, it's only a hacked game, made by some mentally unstable Game Freak worker or something like that. Only part of me believed that, while the rest of me believed that this game was something more sinister. I hoped it wasn't the latter. I found my character inside, in darkness. The gym was pitch black. I had Scyther use flash, and the room became dimly lit with that dark green tint, same as before. The gym was nothing like the complicated maze it was in Red. Here, it was just a small room. At the tip of the room was what looked like Giovanni. I walked over to him, and I hit the A button. He said, "Unfortunately, this is where your Pokemon journey ends. There is nothing beyond this point, and you will remain in this room forever. I am sorry." What? That's it? It can't be. I walked around the room multiple times, and I tried leaving, but alas, I could not. I sat there, disappointed. As creepy as the game was, I felt a strong need to finish it. After a few moments, I tried speaking to Giovanni again. This time, he simply said, "I am sorry." Every time I spoke to him, that's all he would say. "I am sorry." I tried talking to him from the side, but it didn't work. I tried talking to him from behind, in the space right before the wall at the end of the room. He turned and said, "I am sorry. I truly am." A battle sequence started. Finally, progress. "Giovanni has no choice," came up in the text box, as opposed to "Giovanni wants to fight." That was weird, but I brushed it off like every other weird thing in the game. The battle had started. "Giovanni sent out," is all the next text box said. And the Pokemon he sent out was none other than the Invisible at level 100. I once again sent out Scyther against what I could only assume was a Pokemon. This time I could actually fight. Every time the Invisible used a move, it would say, "used," and nothing would happen. Every time I used Strength or Cut, it would miss. Every single time. So the battle was never going to end. Finally, I decided to use Flash. What happened next was quite unexpected. The Invisible became visible. The Pokemon was none other than a Scyther, but a darker version, much like the dark green tint cast over the town. The sprite was also strange. I can only describe it as sinister, evil looking, I guess. We fought. My moves didn't miss this time, but they did little damage to a level 100 Scyther. The dark version of my Pokemon now knew the moves of my Pokemon as well. After using Cut twice, my Pokemon was, of course, defeated. Giovanni came on the screen and said once more, "I am sorry." I was then back in the gym, even though my only Pokemon had fainted. I double-checked, and Scyther did in fact have 0 HP. I walked over to Giovanni and talked to him one last time. This is what he said. "You must find a way out. He has control over us all. You will only be another victim. There is a door." His sentence was cut off by an animation. The animation was of Scyther grabbing Giovanni from behind. I stared at the still image for a while. Giovanni looked so frightened that it made me sick to my stomach. After maybe 3 minutes, the image faded out, and I was back at the gym. The room was the same, but Giovanni was gone. I tried to leave, but as soon as I reached the door, another animation started. It was the same as the last one, but instead of Giovanni in Scyther's grips, it was my Scyther. After a few minutes, the animation played out, and my Scyther was cut to pieces. Even in the low quality of the animation, it still induced a great deal of fear in me. The animation ended and skipped to an image of my Scyther's head, looking ever so frightened as it lay there in the darkness. A text box popped up, saying nothing more than, "You failed." At this point, the game froze. Disturbed, I slid the cartridge out of my Game Boy and I threw it at the wall. I ran downstairs, pouring myself a glass of water. After calming down, I called Billy and I had him come over. I needed someone else to experience this. Needless to say, I was freaked out. Billy came over rather quickly, hearing the concern in my voice. "What is it? What happened?" I explained everything, to the best of my ability, and he just laughed. "Yeah, right," he said. I told him I would prove it. I ran upstairs, picked up the cartridge off the floor, and ran back downstairs and showed him. He was unimpressed. "How long did it take you to make this?" I was a little angry now. "I didn't make it. It's real. Play it. You'll see." I handed him my Game Boy, and he put the cartridge in. He turned it on, but nothing happened. He took the cartridge out, blew on it, but to no avail. It didn't work anymore. I must have damaged it when I threw it at the wall. Billy laughed again. "You had me going for a second." He then left and went home. I just sat there, still taking in what had just happened. I thought aloud. Giovanni said there was a door. Maybe I should have looked for it, instead of trying to leave. Really, my thoughts were pointless because, to this day, I can't get that cartridge to work. I wish I had looked for the door and avoided seeing that animation. In a way, it traumatized me, and I haven't been the same since. I love Pokemon. It was the first game that I ever really got into when I was young. Maybe 16 or 17. And it stayed with me as I grew up. I always thought I'd play Pokemon all my life, because I could never put it down. It just has that effect on you. You already probably know what I mean, right? I guess I was a bit older than the average Pokemon fan when I got my hands on my first game, which I distinctly remember being a copy of Pokémon Blue. Like a million other kids that year, I received it as a Christmas gift. Across the world, countless Pokemon games were being unwrapped that very morning. They all came from the very same factory in Japan, crafted together by the same hands. They were all stuck in shiny new Game Boy handhelds and turned on for the very first time. I remember I had the biggest smile on my face when I began my adventure, nestled beside the Christmas tree, decked out in full winter PJs. I selected Bulbasaur as my starter, caught a Pidgey, and caught a Caterpie. I brought my strong, three-man team through the first couple of gyms without a hitch. I thought everything was going well. Brock and Misty were a piece of cake. Bulbasaur is easy mode though. Rock and water types bow down to grass. Admittedly, LT Surge gave me some issues, but I eventually triumphed after a bit of grinding. It was one after the other. Eventually, I came across the HM cut and was given access to Route 9, and soon after, Rock Tunnel. It took me a day to navigate through the darkness, but I did it. By then, the month of December was reaching its close. I had shut myself up in my room for a few hours every day, playing Pokemon, grinding Pidgeotto, Butterfree and Ivysaur up a few levels each time. I didn't care. I was having a blast. A friend of mine even traded me Charmander for a Sandslash, which brought my team up to 4 strong. I didn't think the game could get any better. But then I stepped foot into Lavender Town. For a few seconds, I stared at my Game Boy's screen as everything turned gloomy. The music began playing and I made a face. Lavender Town's melody was melancholy and sad, completely unlike all the other themes I'd heard so far. I immediately realized this place was something else. Something the developers wanted to set apart from the rest. I couldn't think of any other reason they would have gone to such lengths to make Lavender Town seem so dark. The haunting music followed me into every building, even the Pokemon Center. No longer smiling, I waited impatiently for Nurse Joy to heal up my pals as the depressing sounds wore on. I thought they'd never end. Having hung around Lavender Town long enough, I made my way to the western exit. Everything was going according to plan, until I realized that I had majorly goofed. I had forgotten to check out the town's main feature, the Pokemon Tower. Lying back on my bed, I pulled the Game Boy close to my face and squinted. Pretty much everything was hard to see, because the Game Boy obviously didn't have a backlight. So I turned on my room's lamp and glanced at the window. It was maybe 9 or 10 p.m. about then. Everyone in my house was going to head off to sleep soon. I decided to play on. As I walked into the Pokemon Tower and talked to the depressed NPCs, I began to lose some of my focus. My eyelids were getting heavy, and I was mashing buttons subconsciously. I talked to the same girl over and over, without even realizing it. Her dialogue filled the bottom of my screen a few times. Growlithe, why did you die? Growlithe, why did you die? Growlithe, Why did you die? I thought it was weird how the characters always say the same thing over and over again. You'd think it was an error or something. That these poor NPCs are glitchy fragments of real people, doomed to say the same thing over and over until the end of time. Here, at least, it seemed fitting. They were only mourning. I progressed up the levels of the tower, beat my rival, and entered the floor with the mystical healing pad. I walked over it a few times, tentative to breach the edges, lest another unidentifiable ghost appear. I was getting tired of my Pokémon being immobilized with fear. While facing one of the tombstones, I selected Sandslash and scrolled down his options. Curious, I opted to use the move Strength, and was intrigued to read the game's note. You can now move heavy boulders around. I know a tombstone wasn't what the developers had in mind for Strength's purpose, but I had Sandslash push on it anyway. To my surprise, it moved, revealing a small black hole in its place. My character immediately dropped through it. I thought I would appear on the floor below, but I didn't. Instead, my character was surrounded by a black screen with the Lavender Town music playing. I scooched back on my bed and brought the Game Boy right up under my lamp, thinking I'd be able to pick out some features of the new level if the screen was better lit. There was nothing to be seen. I tried to move my character, but the game just emitted that dun-dun sound it always does when you walk into things. Next thing I knew, the Lavender Town music stopped playing. It just cut off, right in the middle. I figured the game had frozen, but when I tried to move, my character's feet still jostled, and I still got that dun-dun sound, telling me I couldn't walk any further. I swallowed hard. There was a lump in my throat. I was nervous. I hadn't saved my progress in a while, and I didn't want to lose everything I had accomplished by flicking the power off. Plagued by indecision, I set my Game Boy down, threw my legs off the side of the bed, and put a hand to my forehead. I was sweaty and clammy. My attention darted back to my Game Boy, and I saw that the sides of it where my hands had been resting were slick with sweat as well. I must have had a fever. I stumbled into the bathroom and turned on the lights, looking at my gaunt reflection in the mirror. I was pale as a sheet. My eyes seemed milky and glassy. My lips were pale, and my hair was unkempt. I stunk from devoting all my time to Pokémon and not hygiene. Just as I headed forward to turn on the faucet, something on the corner of the counter caught my eye. It was my Game Boy. I hadn't brought it in with me, had I? I retracted my hand from the faucet and set it on the small electronic device instead, pulling it up and frowning at the screen. It was all black now, but still dead quiet. Maybe it was partially because I was in a daze from having a temperature, or I was just really tired. But I couldn't drag my eyes off the screen. I peeled my eyes back, and I kept staring into the black abyss, wondering where my character had gone. The Game Boy's power light was lit, so it hadn't shut itself off. The game was still running. After a minute or so, the chill from my bathroom was starting to get to me. The feeling of little icy fingers dragged up my spine and fixed around the back of my neck. I breathed in deeply and looked back up into the mirror. My reflection was gone. Instead, I was seeing the reflection of my empty bathroom and the open doorway leading into the dark hallway by my room. I rubbed my eyes a few times, but my reflection did not reappear. It was obvious I was having some kind of nightmare. Smiling to myself and thinking it stupid to get scared over what was clearly a fever-induced dream, I picked up my Game Boy and rolled it over my fingers a few times. Ready to pinch myself and wake up, I looked at the screen one last time, and I froze. I was now looking into a very pixelated, distorted version of my reflection. My eye sockets had gone black, and my empty mouth was gaping open, stretched down my face. My fingers were digging into my temples. Music started playing and got louder and louder, even though I wasn't touching the volume dial. It wasn't Lavender Town's theme. It was eerier, less constructed. It didn't take me a minute to realize it was the song being run backwards. I dropped the Game Boy, which clattered against the bathroom tile. The back popped open, and the batteries flew out and rolled towards the doorway. Throwing my hands into my sweaty, messy hair, I went weak at the knees, and I sunk back against the wall, pinching at myself, trying to wake myself up. The music was getting louder still, even with the Game Boy face down, without batteries. My glazed eyes darted to the mirror. It was entirely black, as if it and the Game Boy had swapped visuals. My heart began beating really fast, and I could feel those icy fingers scraping down my back, forcing me to look over my shoulder. It was then that the lights in the bathroom went off, making everything pitch black. I screamed and just about jumped out of my skin, spinning around and feeling for the light switch, trying to turn it back on. I must have turned the wrong way, because I was no sooner facing my mirror, which had the faintest glow to it, like a weak electronic screen. I cried, and I beat my hand against it, waiting to feel the glass-like sheet to shatter against my fist. It didn't. Nothing broke. All I heard was a soft thumping. I spun away and tried to feel around in the darkness, but it was as if all the walls had closed in around me. The music was blaring in my ears, hot and unnerving, making my head want to burst. Tears streamed out of my eyes as I struggled, but there was nowhere to go. Pardon me, sir. How much do you want for this? It's free, take it. What? Are you sure? I can pay you I said you can take it. Now get out of here. The above was a brief exchange of words between a very edgy young man, possibly in his late 20s, and myself at a yard sale I happened by. I always find the most interesting things at yard sales and flea markets. I'm normally there for books, but I'll occasionally happen across something else that I find worth my time. I didn't find any books this time around. The entire sale seemed to be comprised of children's toys, clothes for both little boys and little girls, as well as some items I'd expect a young married woman to use. Silken nightclothes, stacks of cheesy romance novels that I had no interest in, jewelry, as well as several cases of makeup, most of which appeared to be used. I found the used makeup to be in bad taste. If you no longer had a use for it, throw it away. Don't try to peddle what's touched your face onto other people. It's disgusting. I kept these thoughts to myself, however, as the man running the small junk sale seemed far from stable. As I was about to leave, something blue peeking out from underneath a small, grey plush caught my eye. Colours always catch my attention, especially blue. So I lifted the plush to examine it. To my surprise, it was a Pokémon Blue game. Not that I had been looking for one, but I felt like experiencing a little nostalgia. Even though the first generation of games wasn't my favorite, it reflects back to a much simpler time in my life. The cartridge had the word Tears written neatly in black across the image of the Blastoise. I assumed it was a nickname of some sort. Perhaps the previous owner of the game cried a lot. It was within a bunch of child things. Perhaps they were young enough to be labelled a crybaby by others, and Tears was just a nicer name. I'm not sure. Anyway, I got the game for free, but I left $1 on the table, just so I'd feel better about taking it. When I got home, I inserted the game into my SP, and I turned it on. The sound at the startup screen was greatly distorted. It sort of fluctuated from being several tones lower than normal to being nothing more than a low rumble. It was unsettling, to say the least. Naturally, I assumed the game was faulty, but I thought I'd play through, at least until something froze up on me. The previous owner, this Tears person, still had a game on file, as would be expected with a used game. But there was no information about playtime, character name, or anything else of that sort. Curious, I chose the previously started game just to see where they were with everything. A child was bound to have an interesting game with creative names. Insight into the innocent mindset that was slowly becoming rarer with each passing year. Upon choosing the previously saved game, I was met with a black screen and silence. I felt disappointed. The game seemed to have already messed up on me. I was just about to turn it off when a dialogue box popped up. I began to read, but the text was moving painstakingly slow. I've been robbed of everything. My title as champion, my grandfather's respect. Even my Pokemon are dead because of you. I won't stand for this. I will come to find you. I was confused. Who was speaking? Who were they speaking to? My heart rate had picked up out of what I assumed was fear. It had been a while, but I knew this wasn't normal. But curiosity continued to keep me locked onto this game. As the black screen faded away, the music belonging to the inside of the Pokémon Tower began playing. The sound obviously wasn't as broken as it appeared to be at the beginning, because the theme played perfectly. The scene revealed when the black faded was that of the appropriate area, the Pokémon Tower. The not-so-familiar to me sprite of your in-game rival, Blue, was standing in front of one of the many graves inside the tower. He stayed there for several minutes, the disturbing music continuing to play throughout his silence, before he finally said something. This ends today, for the both of us. With that, he left the tower. My screen followed him. As he stood there outside the tower, the music did not change to Lavender Town's normal depressing music. Rather, the haunting tune from inside the graveyard continued to play through on a loop. As much as I wanted to turn down the music, I couldn't bring myself to do so. I couldn't move the character after that. I couldn't tell if it was another assumed glitch of this clearly hacked game, or if it was hesitation on the character's part. After another minute, he finally spoke again. Fly. Even though there was no voice connected to the character in the game, with the speed in which the text moved, there was an almost obvious feel of depression about him. I opened the start menu, and I checked Blue's party. All he had was a Pidgeot, which had no level. I checked its stats. The only move it knew was the requested action of Fly. All its stats, except for health, were at 0. Odd as I found this, I didn't question it, and chose to fly. When the map opened up, it was black, save for one small square that was marked Mount Silver. I knew this to be impossible. Mount Silver was in Johto, which had yet to be introduced in the original Pokemon games. Regardless, it was my only destination, so I chose it. The typical animation of the trainer sprite turning into the bird sprite and flying off took place. And, sure enough, I landed in front of the cave entrance to Mount Silver. Rather than having the sprite shift back to Blue's sprite, his image moved to the left of Pidgeot's sprite. They faced each other for a moment, before a sound much like that of entering or exiting a room played, but in a much higher tone. It sounded as if something had broken. Then, Blue spoke yet again. "Fly away. You're free." I assumed that that noise had been the sound of a Pokeball breaking. The Pidgeot cried out once more, before doing as its former master commanded, and flying away. After his final Pokemon flew away, the haunting music continuing to play, he faced the entrance. "I'm coming for you." I now had the impression that this was a mission of revenge. And with the way he was speaking, it was revenge of the darkest sort. It dawned on me then to check the items he had on him. I don't know why this thought crossed my mind, but given the ongoing circumstances, I felt there would be something there. And there was. There was only one item in the list. Knife. An item that certainly was not programmed into the game under normal circumstances. Anytime I chose the option to use it, just to see what it did, Blue would say, "Not yet." After that, I was unable to control the character anymore. It was as if he wanted me to get him there, and to see his single item, just to get the gist of what he may be planning. But that was it. The rest was all his own. Blue stepped into the cave, and as he trekked through the stone maze of the cave, he never encountered any Pokemon. But I could faintly hear distorted cries mixed in with that music. I'm not sure, but I believe they could feel the negative emotions coming off Blue, and they cried out in concern. Finally, he reached the chamber, the one that harbored Red in the Gold and Silver games. Blue's pace slowed a little as he approached his rival, and the music, dark as it was already, lowered considerably, making it infinitely darker. As the two rivals faced each other, Red simply greeted Blue with the silence I had become accustomed to in Pokemon Gold. However, Blue didn't take to this very well, as he spoke in apparent anger. "Don't ignore me, like you have everything and everyone else." A battle ensued, but the normal music did not play. The darkened music at the Pokemon Tower continued. By this time, other people were home, and were becoming quite annoyed with the volume of my music. So I was forced to put in headphones, as I still couldn't bring myself to actually lower the volume. Disturbing as it was, the music had some kind of hold on me. I stared at the game screen as the battle opened up. Obviously, since Blue had no Pokemon, he never called anything out. Neither did Red. In the battle option box, the 4 options of Fight, Pokemon, Item, and Run weren't all there. All there was to choose at the moment was Item. So, obviously, he chose it. The only item there to use was the one I had mentioned before. Knife. It was quickly selected on its own and went back to the battle scene. Now, the only battle option available was Fight. In the fight menu, Blue only had one attack at his disposal. Murder. I couldn't regain control of the game. There was no option to run. I couldn't bring myself to turn the game off and end what had quickly become a disturbing experience. The only choice was to sit there and allow Blue to murder Red. After selecting the attack, Blue shouted, "This is for everything." And a typical attack animation, much like Tackle, played out. Only, instead of a single strike, Blue attacked repeatedly. The dark music in the background began to pick up its pace and become more high-pitched. It was painful to listen to as it reverberated through my headphones, but I never removed them. Red's sprite flickered in and out as he took the damage, and as his health dwindled to 0, a gurgled screeching sound broke through the noise of the music, replacing it only briefly as Red's sprite faded into something that looked more like a decaying body before fading away completely with a screech. My heart was pounding. I was beginning to get a throbbing headache, and yet my eyes remained glued to the screen as the remainder of the scene played out. As the music replaced the visuals once again, another dialogue box popped up as Blue spoke yet again. "See you in hell." The battle options box popped up again, Fight being the only remaining option. Blue selected it yet again, but instead of murder, the attack option available was suicide. There was a moment of hesitation, but Blue finally attacked himself with less fury than he had Red. As his own health fell to 0, a lower, gurgled screech replaced the high-pitched Pokemon Tower music. His sprite faded away. Only when the decayed sprite faded in, he wasn't facing the battlefield. He faced me. His screech continued on, growing in volume, to the point where the pain it caused equaled that of a migraine. And yet, I still kept the headphones in. My eyes locked onto the dead, hollow eyes of Blue as he continued to scream before the screen began to flicker. It was slow at first, but it quickly picked up into a rapid strobe effect. The scream grew in volume and in pitch one more time before the screen simply cut to black. I held my breath. My heart pounded so hard against my chest that it hurt. I deeply hoped that it was over, but considering the fact that I couldn't move or even hear any noise outside of my headphones, I fearfully assumed that it wasn't. And I was right. White lettering began slowly typing out across the black screen, and as each word formed, I read, "I finally got my revenge. The life you ruined is now faded away. But don't think it's over yet. My suffering has ended, but yours has only begun. I'll be watching your strife with a grin on my face. And when it all ends, I'll see you in hell." Though I had a full battery just moments ago, the light turned red and the system turned off. My nose began to spill blood for several minutes, and I'll never be able to describe the terror I felt afterwards. I'll never be able to describe the terror I still feel. You see, the very next day on the news, they announced that the very same man I purchased this game from, I won't release his name, had called the police, saying that he had killed his wife 3 days prior and buried her in the backyard. When they reached his house, they had found him dead by the phone. He had slit his throat. It was also mentioned that several weeks ago, his 8-year-old son had murdered their 6-year-old son and then taken his own life. I assumed that the game had done all this, and I'm next. I don't know how much longer I have, nor do I know who will die at my hand. But you deserve to know this. Never play Blue's Tears. Come, little children, come with me. Safe and happy you will be. Away from your homes, now let us run. With Hypno, you'll have so much fun. Oh, little children, please don't cry. Hypno wouldn't hurt a fly. Be free, be free, be free to play. Come down in my cave, with me to stay. Oh, little children, please don't squirm. Those ropes, I know, will hold you firm. Hypno tells you this is true. But sadly, Hypno lied to you. Oh, little children, you mustn't leave. Your families, for you, will grieve. Their minds will unravel at the seams, allowing me to haunt their dreams. But surely, all of you must know that it is time for you to go. little children, you weren't clever. Now, you shall stay with me forever. One time, I managed to catch the Pokemon Tower Marowak. You know, the ghost one? Usually, it'll slog off any Pokeball thrown at it. Out of curiosity, I tossed a Master Ball at the Marowak. If you're wondering, I'd hacked an infinite amount of Master Balls at the beginning of my Pokemon Blue save, for the sake of convenience. I was expecting the game to break immediately open upon capture, since the Ghost Marowak probably works differently from your usual Marowak caught in the wild. Nothing happened, however, and the game went on just as planned. It appeared in the last slot of my party, seeing as I had yet to add a sixth. At the very least, I expected a sort of missing no type issue, but the game appeared to have treated it as a normal level 30 Marowak. It wasn't even a ghost type, though if you fought Ghost Marowak in game, it never is a ghost type. I had always wondered what would happen if you did manage to catch it. This all happened as Gold and Silver were being hyped for release, so I was only an innocent kid with an overused game genie. Since then, I found out that using a cheat device to catch the Ghost Marowak will leave you with a real one. Although, the only thing I used a cheat device for was the infinite Master Balls at the beginning, which makes this catch even more peculiar. I was satisfied with the Pokemon, of course. Nothing in particular happened, so I completed my business at the Pokemon Tower, and I went back out to Lavender Town. I expected, with all the hype, something to finally happen in Lavender Town. The music didn't seem different at all, and upon talking to everyone else, I concluded that all was well in Pokeland. I healed my Pokemon at the Pokemon Center like normal, and I went along on my merry way to Saffron City. I didn't notice it until later, but the guard at the gate didn't just let me through. He was gone. Anyway, Saffron City was free to roam regardless. In continuation of the game's plot, I made my way to Silphco, only to discover again that the place was empty of the usual rocket grunts on every corner. In fact, the whole city was empty. The Pokemon gym? Empty. I visited the routes just north, south, and west of Saffron. Empty. I didn't notice how devoid of trainers Route 8 was until now. I shut the game off in a foolhardy attempt to return to my previous save before the Pokemon Tower. It sucked, because I was still in Celadon City. At least I had beaten Erica and gotten the Rainbow Badge. So all I had to do was leg it back to Lavender Town and do the Pokemon Tower all over again. Without catching the Marowak, of course. All was well. The NPCs were intact, and nothing showed any telltale signs of being glitchy. I accidentally walked into the grass on Route 7 in my haste to quickly finish the Pokemon Tower again. It was the usual Pidgey. Only this time, I sent out the ghost Marowak. What the hell? I checked my party. Apparently, every Pokemon had fainted, except the last Pokemon in my party, which of course was the ghost Marowak. My items were gone as well. The battle choices were fairly standard. Fight, Pokemon, item, and run. I tried to run, but it wouldn't let me escape. I had no choice but to fight. Ghost Marowak had your standard moves: Growl, Bone Club, and Leer. Bone Club, being a ground type move, could not hurt this Pidgey. When rolling through the move choices, I found that the cursor could select the seemingly empty move slot. I selected it. The game froze, the music fizzling out into that itchy, static sound, as if I'd just pulled out the game during play. I tried the game save again, this time checking my party before leaving Celadon City. My other Pokemon were knocked out cold, with the only healthy Pokemon being the ghost Marowak. I checked its stats. Once again, typical Marowak. The only weird thing was its lack of a trainer name. Something I hadn't noticed before. It didn't say question mark, question mark, question mark, or anything like that. It was literally just blank. Naturally, I went to the Pokemon Center to heal my fallen team. But it didn't work. For one thing, it behaved as if I only had one Pokemon. The other thing was that my other Pokemon were now gone. My PC boxes were empty, and my first Pokemon was Ghost Marowak. I didn't know if this was some cruel programmer prank, but it couldn't have been a hack, seeing as my mother bought the game from Toys R Us way back in '98. Was this the fault of using a cheat device? I left the Pokemon Center. As far as I knew, all of Kanto was empty. Hell, the only constant must have been the cheery 8-bit music. Going back into the Pokemon Center wouldn't work, and I would just hit a wall where the door should open. Pokemon marts function like this too, though I could get into every other building normally. I couldn't get back into Erica's gym, since I needed to use HM Cut, which I no longer had access to, as my items disappeared, along with every Pokemon I had, except for Ghost Marowak. I should mention now that I never got a nickname prompt for Ghost Marowak. It's not wholly important, but it was just Marowak in all caps. If all the NPCs were gone, I wondered about the Pokemon. Once again, I ventured into the grass on Route 7. After a few steps, a battle began. My opponent, a wild Cubone. I sent out the only thing I could. Marowak. Run was disabled. Item was useless. I chose Bone Club. It was a one-hit KO, seeing as Marowak was much stronger than Cubone. I returned to the overworld, and I took a step to get the hell out of that grass, only to immediately encounter another Cubone. I defeated the Pokémon as quickly as they came, finally making it out of the grass. I was only about 6 or 7 tiles in, but having so many wild Pokémon encounters, one right after the other, was just uncanny. I continued towards the western Saffron Gate until I managed to get into another wild battle away from the grass. Cubone again. Not surprising. This even happened inside the gatehouse. By the time I reached the eastern Saffron Gate that led to Route 8, Bone Club was down to 0 PP. With no items and no way to get into Pokemon centers, the next battle I would have was interesting, to say the least. Anyway, it was another Cubone. It was only then I realized that each and every Cubone I had fought so far had been the same level as the last. I already made the obvious connection of Cubone to Mother Marowak, but this revelation stung. I sent out Marowak again, feebly using Leah, and hoping to just spam the moves I had left until I could only struggle. Leah lowered Cubone's defense accordingly. Cubone, at last, had a chance to attack back, but it couldn't. It was too scared to move. I checked Marowak's summary again. It was still a ground type. The battle would stall with Marowak using Leer or Growl, and the Cubone being too scared to move. I was tempted to flick the power off and restart, but I let the battle drone on until Marowak could only use struggle. Or at least, I had hoped it would have struggle. I recalled the game-breaking blank move that I had used earlier, and I used it. Marowak used Bone Club, oddly enough. There was no reaction nor effect on Cubone, but Marowak apparently fainted. Its HP bar and its name disappeared, but its back sprite remained. There was a sudden sound, as if Cubone fled, though nothing on the screen indicated anything that was happening. Suddenly, Cubone's HP bar drained, and it fainted. There were no message boxes saying either of the Pokemon fainted, but at last, the battle ended. The screen turned black, and I expected to be brought back to the start menu. But no dice. In fact, the game was hanging at the black screen. I waited a few minutes to see if anything might happen. Eventually, the black slowly edged away, revealing the Pokemon Tower's first floor. Though, of course, the NPCs were gone. The in-game menu was disabled, and all I could do was walk. Eventually, I made it up the tower, and I walked to the place where you encounter the ghost Marowak. There was no music, making the place even more eerie. There was an item where you would usually find Mr. Fuji, as he was being held hostage by Team Rocket. I went to see what it was. The usual item acquisition sound played, but there was no message saying what it was. My menu was enabled again, and even though the cursor rolled through every selection, the only thing that ended up working was the trainer card. I named myself Bender, by the way. As you can imagine, it was pretty torn up. The faces of gym leaders were ruined by random patches of numbers and letters. The usual border, corrupted by various in-game titles. My name wasn't Bender anymore, becoming a random line of letters and numbers. A couple of letters of my new name were actually NPC and Pokemon menu sprites. The amount of money I had appeared to be a lot, as the row of 9s ran off the screen. It was a mess of unused and used data. I pressed A again, hoping to just get out of that thing. Seconds after, I realized that I was missing the typical trainer sprite. It appeared moments after I pressed A. No, it wasn't some disembodied red sprite with blood all over it. It was a Marowak sprite. Even though every pixel of the sprite was in its right place, it looked a little sadder. I pressed A again, only to hear the desperate sound of its cry. The next day, I tried to see if the game save could be salvaged, but the only thing I heard upon continuing the game was the Marowak cry against a dark, formidable background. I didn't play Pokémon Blue for a while. A few weeks after that, I lost the game somewhere in my room, and I haven't seen it in years. I've since played Fire Red, and although I know there's no way in hell that kind of crap can happen in Fire Red, I'm still uneasy battling that Marowak. Regardless of the newfangled everything that came with the remake, I can still hear the glitchy 8-bit loop of a Marowak in morning. Gengar and Clefable have, through trademarking and beta art, been proven to have been some of the earliest Pokemon made. Coincidentally, they are also some of the first Pokemon when you list the original 151 by index number, with Gengar appearing shortly after Clefable. Also, Clefairy was originally going to be the mascot of Pokemon, instead of Pikachu. So, it was going to be a pretty important Pokemon. Gengar is known as the shadow Pokemon. But what exactly is it a shadow of? Take a look at a picture of Clefable, and then one of Gengar. Their body shapes are almost exactly alike, with the only major difference being that Clefable has a curl for its hair and tail, while Gengar has spikes. However, the shadow of an upright spiral, like Clefable's tail, would only be a line or a spike. Now, look at their typings. One of normal type, and the other has ghost type. Due to their immunities, neither of them could hit the other with stab attacks, since they'd just be immune to each other. Have you ever tried to hit your shadow? Some people ask me why I lost interest in Pokemon, but I never tell them the real reason. I give them the usual, I grew up answer. But that's not true at all. I feel like the best way to accept what I saw that day is to tell somebody about it. And that's exactly what I'm doing. This is the story of the cartridge that destroyed my devoted adoration for Pokemon. This is the story of Pokemon Rotted Yellow. I was working at one of the video game stores in town for about a year and a half, without any sort of incident. The worst thing that would happen was that someone would try and trade in a scratched game. One day, I had been working alone at the store when a young boy, maybe 10 at most, came in. I noticed that he was holding a cartridge for the Game Boy Color. I was immediately surprised. Not many kids that age even knew what a Game Boy Color was, much less own one. I asked him if he needed any help, and he told me that he needed someone to fix his game for him, because it was broken. I asked him if he had bought the game from our location, and he said he didn't know. He said his father had gotten it for him. Normally I would have said no, but then I noticed that the cartridge was for a Pokemon Yellow game, and it just didn't feel right to deprive a kid of a Pokemon adventure. I asked him what was wrong with the game, and he told me that it kept freezing in the same spot every time he tried to play, and that his Pokemon kept dying. I thought that the boy just had a weak team, but I went along with it and told him that I would do my best to fix it, though I couldn't promise anything. The boy gave me his name and his phone number, and he went on his way. Not thinking too much of it, I put the game in the top drawer beneath the cash register. As I was closing the shop that night, I threw the game into my bag, and I headed home, finding myself eager to play the game after all these years. Hopefully it was just what I thought, and he simply had a weak team. I could fix that pretty quickly. I'd probably be the kid's hero. I got home, and I found my old Game Boy from when I was a kid. I grabbed some new batteries and clicked them into the back of the console, and then dug through my bag to find the game. I was about to put the game in when something caught my eye. Instead of the normal-looking Pikachu that was supposed to be on the sticker, this one had its eyes scratched off entirely. It's probably nothing, I thought to myself, but the sight of it still made me feel a bit uneasy. I turned the game on. The game started off as normal. The Game Freak symbol was shown. The opening sequence played as normal. But once the title card appeared, there was only silence. Though I didn't think much of it at the time. I selected the save game file, but the file didn't open. Instead, a message popped up saying that the save was corrupt. That was strange, because the boy told me that his file was okay. It was just frozen at one part in the game. I tried a few more times, but to no avail. I was getting frustrated, so I decided to start a new file. The new file worked, and the game played out like it was supposed to, without any glitches. I was in Cerulean City when I was teleported to Lavender Town out of nowhere. The action reminded me of the infamous Mew glitch, and then I thought maybe the kid had tried to glitch and messed up, causing the game to freeze. I walked to the outskirts of Lavender Town, and to my surprise, the glitch was active, and a wild Mew appeared. Instead of the regular battle theme, the Lavender Town music continued to play. Maybe there was something wrong with the cartridge after all. I also noticed that none of my battle options worked. The only choice I had was to run. This frustrated me, because who doesn't want a Mew? But because it was the only option and I didn't want to start over at the last save, I was forced to do it. After that, the game continued normally. I went to Celadon City and obtained the self-scope. When it came time to do the cemetery mission, the game went haywire again. Instead of having to travel through each individual floor, I was teleported to the final floor, where I assumed I was still supposed to calm the soul of Marowak. The wild Marowak appeared, but there was no music. After I sent out my Pokemon, Pikachu, the Marowak transformed into Mew. I battled it, and I tried to get its HP down. But even though my Pikachu was at a much higher level than Mew, it barely did any damage. Somehow, Mew never actually attacked. I eventually managed to get its HP low enough, and I tried throwing a Pokeball at it. Maybe if I caught it, the game would go back to normal. When I threw the ball, Mew turned into one of the unidentifiable ghosts, the ones you see without the self-scope. Out of nowhere, the text read, ash whited out. This really confused me. My Pikachu was nowhere close to fainting, and I still had all my other Pokemon. Instead of restarting at the Pokemon Center, I was sent back to the final floor of the tower. I noticed that Pikachu wasn't following behind me. I walked over to where the battle would surely begin again, when I was suddenly led to a tombstone near where the battle had taken place. I hit the A button to see if there was any text on it, and the sound of my Pikachu's fainting cry played. My Pikachu had died. Right after the cry had played, the Marowak appeared again. I sent out my Pidgeot, and Marowak once again transformed into Mew. This time, Pidgeot attacked on its own, without my command. Mew was left with 1 HP. Mew used Destiny Bond, and when my Pidgeot attacked, without my command again, Mew evaded the attack. Mew had used Curse, leaving it with 0 HP, and Destiny Bond had taken down Pidgeot along with Mew. I still should have won, because I had 4 more Pokemon in my party. But instead, I whited out again. I wanted to stop, but I knew I couldn't. It was a sick joke that I desperately needed to know the ending of. Once again, I restarted at the final floor, where I was led to a new tombstone, where my Pidgeot was. The fight started again, and sure enough, the same thing happened to every member of my party, until I was left with no more Pokemon. I expected to white out after my last Pokemon had fainted, or in this case, died. But my character was forced into battle to fight Mew himself. This was getting ridiculous. But then again, something was stopping me from turning off the game. Of course, there was no way for me to attack Mew, and I didn't think that Mew would have any powers over me either. However, Mew was somehow able to use Curse and Destiny Bond on me. How was a Pokemon able to use that power on a person? I whited out immediately. When I reappeared, I was not at the cemetery. I was in my bedroom, in Pallet Town. I immediately noticed that my character didn't look normal. I was transparent. No music was playing either. I walked a few steps when my menu popped up and my trainer card appeared. I had no badges, no money, and no Pokemon in my Pokédex. I closed it, and the menu popped up again, showing me that I had 1 Pokemon in my party. However, there was no sprite design, nor any name next to the HP bar. I checked the mystery Pokemon's moveset, and I noticed that it only had 1 move: Teleport. I tried leaving my room, but I wasn't able to. I tried to interact with the map, as well as my computer, but none of those worked either. Not sure what else to do. I used my Pokemon's teleport move, unsure of where it would take me. I appeared at the cemetery. I was led to a 7th tombstone, this one showing my character's name on it. I wanted to be sick. Whoever had given this cartridge to that little boy was a twisted person. I couldn't imagine a young kid playing this game. I didn't know where to go or what to do, so I walked to where the fight with Mew normally would have happened. A battle sequence started, but it wasn't with Mew. It was with a trainer. My side of the battle screen showed the sprite of a Marowak. I froze, realizing what was going to happen. As the trainer sent out his Pokemon, Marowak transformed into Mew. I looked at my moves list, expecting only teleport to be there. Instead, I had only 2 moves: Curse and Destiny Bond. I turned off the console. I didn't know what else to do. I convinced myself to turn it back on a few hours later to see if my save file was still there, but it was corrupt. That boy never came back for his game. I think he just wanted to get rid of it. I can't say I blame him. Oh, the 90s. Life was so simple back then, for my generation. There was the Game Boy, the Nintendo 64, Batman the animated series, the Age of Apocalypse storyline from Marvel Comics. These things were all highlights of my day, especially if I was doing them with a friend. I wasn't really into computers at the time. My family had dial-up and a shitty Windows 95 computer, which made everything so frustrating. No, my father's exploits into the digital world involved me and my Nintendo 64. Super Smash Bros., Super Mario 64, Star Fox 64, Mario Kart 64, and of course, Pokémon Snap were my favorites. After I had thoroughly rooted out every secret in these games, the only one that kept my attention was Pokémon Snap. I constantly went through every level, trying to get the best possible shot of all the Pokémon featured in that game. What intrigued me was the realism. In all other Pokémon games, everything was synthetic. You couldn't walk around amongst the Pokémon, see how they interacted. You could only have them in a ball or following you around. One could argue that Hey You Pikachu was more interactive, but on the whole, only certain words were recognized, and the scripted, non-realistic events gave that game a disgustingly synthetic feel. The first-person 3D view of Pokemon present in Pokemon Snap gave everyone who grew up in the 90s something they could only dream of. A chance to live in a realistic Pokemon world. So, eventually, we moved to a new house and got a PlayStation 2, DSL, and a computer that could run Half-Life. I moved on to bigger and better things. But I would often look back fondly at the simplicity of my childhood. My Nintendo 64 and all the games were put in a forgotten corner of the basement. This brings my story to more recent events. About a week ago, I was at my friend's house. He's one of those people who are well equipped and has many things. Wi-Fi, several computers, iPods, a Mac, a drum set, a piano, a widescreen HD TV, surround sound, guitars, a PS3 and whatnot. He was one of the people I liked to whoop in Super Smash Bros. Back in the day. Anyway, we were hanging out and he had something he wanted to show me. He powered up his Wii, and one of the channels was Pokemon Snap, which he proceeded to load. He had recently downloaded it from the Virtual Console. As soon as I heard the fast theme song and camera flashes, I was overcome with an intense wave of nostalgia. Something I rarely feel these days. I really wanted to play that game. My friend loaded it up and selected Continue. For everyone unfamiliar with Pokemon Snap, the premise is that Professor Oak needs someone to photograph all the Pokemon on some island with many different environments. As you get more pictures and higher scores, new tools and levels become available to you, such as the apple, which acts as a bait, the Pestiball, which irritates Pokemon, and the Poke Flute, which wakes sleeping Pokemon. The player controls Todd, a character from the anime, who is riding in a buggy on a set track. The buggy moves at a constant speed, and it is from this buggy that you must take pictures. There are 63 of the original 151 Pokemon in Pokemon Snap. The levels, or courses, as Oak calls them, range from a beach to a volcano, to caves and rivers. The island is a very diverse place, but even with my extensive playing, the darkest parts of it had eluded me. Until recently, that is. So, Professor Oak said, "Welcome," in his very creeperish voice recording. I always found it funny how the game had about one word of pre-recorded voice per 2 or 3 sentences that the text box showed. Reliving our childhoods, we took turns playing a level and seeing who could get the best score. Soon, I had to go home, but I really didn't want to stop playing Snap. When I got home, I went down into my basement and I dug out the old N64, along with a musty-smelling cardboard box full of all the old cartridges, controllers, memory cards, and rumble packs. God, I miss this system. I hooked the RF cables up to the TV in my room, popped in Pokemon Snap, and shifted the Pokeball into the on position. A little context here. When I got my Nintendo 64, the Hey You Pikachu model was massively on sale at Toys R Us, and my mum decided to get it, as it came with the game. When you turn it on with the Pokeball switch, the Pikachu's cheeks light up. Also, his foot acts as the reset switch. It's pretty cool. Anyways, when I turned the console on, the screen remained static. I pulled out the cartridge and checked the chip. Sure enough, it was all covered in this black gunk. I spent half an hour getting that nasty stuff off. It was at this point I first noticed something strange. After the substance was removed, the chip was red, with black rectangles along the surface, which I assumed were meant to be contacts. None of my other games had this black stuff, and their chips were light brown, with the goldish contacts. There were other oddities with this particular cartridge. There was no official seal of Nintendo on the label, or anywhere on the cartridge. These are on all N64 cards, and most other Nintendo products from this era. Another thing was that there was no black label on the back that usually contains the typical "don't play, you'll get seizures" thing. The front label was also slightly off-center. These should have been red flags, but I am a pretty lax guy that just takes things in stride, so I didn't really care. At this point, I thought the game was ruined by the goop and discoloration, but I put it back in, just to see what would happen. To my surprise, the Nintendo logo popped up on the screen. Alright, we were back in business. So, the load screen came up, and the upbeat theme song and camera flashes were playing, just as they did earlier at my friend's house. But it was then I noticed several visual distortions, which I assumed were just due to the cart damage. There were 3 purple vertical streaks, a few inches wide, that went all the way down the screen. One on each edge, and one down the middle. They were darker in the middle of the streaks, but you could see past them somewhat. I didn't mind that much. It was only a minor inconvenience. Next, I pressed the start button, and to my surprise, I found that there was no continue option. I guess my saves had been deleted by battery failure. All of those hours and hours of hard work, completely gone. Oh well. I probably would have started a new file anyway. I started the new game, and more strange things began to occur. I found myself in Oak's lab, but his features were changed. His eyes were black, with no pupils, and he had a stern look on his face. That, coupled with the purple distortion that ran along his left half, made him look very disturbing. All the text dialogue was normal, but the pre-recorded voice bits I mentioned earlier were distorted. They came out slowly, at low pitch. I was reminded of the demon voices from early shooters like Doom. But other than these things I attributed to cart damage, the gameplay was normal. Or so I thought. All of this was starting to make me feel a bit uneasy. But I was a man of science. I didn't believe in ghosts or God or hell, and I prided myself in overcoming the irrational fears that many suffered from. Oh, to be young again. I went to the first course. the beach. There were more visual distortions. All the Pokemon had no pupils, just pure black eyes, like oak. Also, on the ground underneath where the Pokemon sprites were, there was a purple ring. It appeared even under the flying Pidgeys. The other distortion here was that the sky was a light green, and there were no clouds or sun. The movements of the Pokemon seemed unnatural, cold, like they were afraid of something. I played through the course, but as I took pictures, the Pokemon that were in the frame disappeared. Slightly concerned by this, I didn't take any pictures of Pokemon that wouldn't count until later, such as Snorlax or Chansey. As I approached the exit gate, I turned around and I saw one of the circles that indicated a Pokemon was there following me. But there was no sprite. I snapped a picture and I was taken back to the lab. I selected all the pictures for the Pokemon report, but strangely, the last picture I took was not there. The rating process went as normal, but at the end, Oak said, "Nice work, harvesting." There was a brief pause, and then he said, "You let it in, didn't you? Well, you know what this means. Go to the tunnel." I assumed that he was referring to the tunnel course, so I went to the map and it was now available. As I entered the course, I noticed that I now had all the tools. The apple, the pestiball, and the poker flute. I went through the course, and I found that it had the same visual distortion as the beach. At the end, I tossed an apple at the electrode by the rocks, and the path to the volcano opened up. The electrode looked like it was in extreme agony. Not like the comical explosions seen before. It seemed to be begging for help. As the traveling cutscene took place, I saw that purple ring with no sprite again. It followed me. Strangely, there was no cut back to the lab after discovering the course like it was supposed to. It just took me straight to the volcano level. A quick survey of the area showed that the visual distortions were getting worse. As I moved forward, the Ponytas and Rapidashes were running. Then they jumped into the lava and gave off these low-pitched screams. All the Pokemon did this as I approached them. I finally reached the egg, which blocked the path. You're supposed to throw an apple at it so you can proceed, but I found that all my tools were now gone. This was problematic, and I took this opportunity to get some dinner. I didn't pause the game, because there was no need to. When I got back, I saw that purple ring again. It was in place, motionless, right behind me. I also saw something else coming from the distance. It was an electrode from the tunnel, rolling down the path. This electrode must have been the one I blew up, as it had a look of anger and revenge in its eyes. I could do nothing to get away, so I just sat and watched. As soon as it hit me, it exploded, which caused my buggy to flip on its side and go top down into the lava. A travel-like cutscene played, but it was slow with distorted audio. The low-pitched screams of the flailing, burning Todd were heard. Suddenly, I was back in the lab, and Oak looked angry. He said, "You let it get to you, didn't you? Well, you only have yourself to blame." The screen faded to black, and the course selection screen came up. Oak was standing alone, and the only option on the screen was hell, spelled with 3 L's. The go back option was gone, so I had no choice but to click on it. There was no way I was stopping now. The camera zoomed in on the charred corpse of Todd. Its bottom half was under the upside-down buggy. Everything was ultra-realistic, and this was on a pedestal of stone in an endless sea of fire and lava. All of the Pokemon I had taken pictures of and made disappear were floating in the lava, screaming in low-pitched voices. Suddenly, there was a camera flash. The screen swung to a demonic figure with a camera, taking pictures of the corpse. After he had a few pictures, he basically curb-stomped Todd's head and took more pictures. Then, a low-pitched, demonic voice, "Say cheese," came out of the speakers, and my whole room lit up for a second. That scared the crap out of me, and when it was over, the screen was dead black, and the system shut itself off. I hit reset because I knew it was just a game, and it couldn't hurt me. That stuff was pretty sick, but I had seen worse. I wanted to see what happened next. As it came on the screen, the menu came up, and the only option was to view the album. I hit A, and immediately wished I hadn't. The album was filled with hundreds of photos, all of horrific torture and mutilation scenes. These photos were not in 64-bit, but appeared to be authentic, scanned photos. At this point, I was overcome with nausea. But it got worse. The game force-scrolled to the end and zoomed in on the final picture. It was the picture I'd taken of that purple ring without a sprite. Only now, there was something above it. It was a picture of my dead body, floating a foot off the ground. The sickest part was that there was a camera jammed through my head. The screen faded to black. I was so terrified by the whole event that I broke the cartridge in two, and I ditched it in 2 different dumpsters behind restaurants on opposite ends of town. A few days later, I asked my mum if she had done something to my Pokemon Snap game. "Oh yeah," she said. "When we moved here, I was carrying that box down to the basement and that game fell out and broke. When I went to pick it up, I found that it had fallen into a crack in the crawl space. I couldn't find it. I'm sorry about not telling you, but I thought that you had outgrown that anyway. A look of shock must have come on my face, because my mum asked what was wrong. Nothing, I said. I'm fine. A week has passed, and I'm bringing my story to the internet in hopes that it may help someone else, or at least entertain. I do apologize for the length, but I feel the details necessary. What scares me most is not the photographs of the mutilation or my dead self. What scares me most is whatever the hell is in my basement that can make a broken game into something so gruesome. Thank God I'm moving out soon. Being someone who isn't nearly as computer savvy as someone from this generation should be, I know very little about what technology is capable of. Aside from email, IM, and the occasional download of something otherwise unobtainable for me at the moment, I have about the same amount of knowledge an 80-year-old might possess about the electronic world. For example, and for the sake of this tale I'm about to recount, I was totally unaware that someone is capable of hacking Pokemon games to make their own sub-story of the world. Even less so, that it was possible to make a physical copy of the game in a real cartridge. However, I happened to learn about this in one of the most disturbing ways possible. When I was younger, Pokémon Gold version was my very first game from the ever-popular franchise. I became very attached to these little creatures and often fantasized about the adventures we would go through, had a preset storyline not been in place. That isn't quite important though. What is important is the fact that I never truly let go of my childhood fantasies. The memories I had from that first game were far too cherished to set free. As such, I still have my old Gold game, complete with a total abuse of the copy glitch, of course. I refuse to restart my game though, as I'm afraid too much of the old magic would be lost. I wanted to play a whole new game, of the version that I recall being the happiest with. But older cartridges are rather hard to find, outside of the internet. The most my local flea markets have are Game Boy Advance games. Hardly any being Pokemon. Fortunately for me, my grandmother still fully supports my long-standing love for Pokemon, and often buys boxes of cards, toys, videotapes, and other items she comes across during her frequent visits to local auctions. Granted, very little of these things she gives me are in good condition. Long-forgotten items, stowed away in musty basements after the phase in their owner's life had passed, hardly ever are. But, as gifts from a dear relative, I cherish them as if they were made of gold. Pun not intended. Most recently, she gave me a box with a brand new videotape containing episodes from early on in the first season. Several hundred battered and well-used cards, and a game cartridge with no label. The cartridge was the familiar metallic gold color of the game that I had been looking for, even though the label had been removed, and a large red X drawn in Sharpie in the place where the sticker should have been. I could easily tell what it was. What other game had that color? You can imagine my excitement for finally finding another copy. I hate ordering things online. This was a rather big relief. I thanked her profusely, and I promised I would play it as soon as I got home, which I did. Getting started was difficult. Not because the game was faulty, but because I sold my GBA to my brother several years ago for some of his better Pokemon cards. Once something belongs to him, it's difficult to get him to lend it out to me. Such is sibling relations, I suppose. After much bribery, I finally got my hands on my former GBA, and I quickly inserted the vandalized game. Chills ran through my body as the opening movie for the game began to play, sending a wave of nostalgia crashing over me. It was so good to see it again. The game opened normally. The pixelated image of Ho-Oh flying through the sky right below the title presented itself, before leading into the normal selection screen. The person who owned the game before me still had a game on file, but I cared very little for what someone did before me. Considering the condition of their things, they must have been very young. I was bound to be met with a team full of Pikachu with ridiculous names. I started a new game. It was here that I realized something was not quite right with the game. The normal intro, involving a professor introducing you to the world of Pokemon, did not play out. Rather, it went more like this. It started out with a black screen, which was quite familiar, considering that's how the normal gold, silver, and crystal games begin. But instead of the normal "what time is it" dialogue, I was met with Pokemon are nothing more than tools. Use them and throw them away. The black screen faded away, revealing an empty area at night. It looked familiar. I vaguely remember it being a route in an earlier part of the game. But since I've been away from the game for so long, I couldn't place it. In the silence of this scene, the sprite of your rival, henceforth noted as Silver, walked in from the left. He moved a little slower than normal, as if he were hesitant about something. Once he had moved to the middle of the screen, he stopped and turned back to look to where he came from. He turned towards where he was going, and turned back towards where he came once again. For a moment, he stood there, simply staring towards the left side of the screen, before a dialogue box popped up beneath him saying nothing more than ... After that, he turned back around yet again. Only this time, he continued to walk off screen. The scene faded away, to then be replaced with Silver, standing in the place where you first officially see him, just outside Professor Elm's lab. It was clearly in a slightly later part of the game than normal, as the professor and his assistants all exited the lab and went their separate ways. The assistants left the town and Elm walked further downward off screen, which I assume that meant he left for his home and remained in town. The character of Gold was nowhere to be seen. After that small scene, it stayed on Silver. I thought the game had frozen for a minute, but I finally realized I was able to move him. Honestly, I was a little excited. Silver was, and always has been, my favorite of the rivals. It was an interesting thing to be able to play as him. I moved him a little further downward to see if I was able to explore, but it stopped me each time. A dialogue box popped up that said, "I can't leave yet," and it backed me up a step. I moved back up to the place he had originally been standing and moved into the window. It worked much like a door, as it allowed me to enter Professor Elm's lab. Aside from the regular equipment, bookshelves, computers, trash cans, tables, all that, the lab was empty, which was to be expected, since the employees had left just a moment ago. On the table was a single Pokeball. Being without one at the moment, I walked over and I took it. A dialogue box popped up and said, "Obtained Totodile." But none of the item get music played. Apparently, stealing wasn't condoned even by the game. After pressing A, it gave me the option of naming the Pokemon. I chose yes, as I love to name these things. As it took me to the naming screen, another dialogue box popped up, interrupting the naming process. "Don't name it. You'll only get attached. Don't love it. Use it." It was clearly the voice of the same person who had spoke in the very beginning. I found it odd. The naming screen faded away, leaving me in the empty lab, which I quickly tried to leave through the front door. But I was stopped by Silver saying, "Not through there." Again, he backed up, and I exited through the window I'd come in from. As if things weren't strange enough as they were, when I left Newbark Town to begin the adventure and stepped into the grass, it was nearly impossible to get a random battle to start. Normally, I go out of my way to avoid them later on in the game, but during the beginning, it was something I enjoyed to get my Pokemon to level up. Being unable to find any Pokemon to fight was a little frustrating. After several minutes of walking back and forth in patches of grass, finally, I encountered a Pokemon. A Sentret. Nothing out of the ordinary. But when I sent out my Totodile and chose the only presently useful move he had, Scratch, the Pokemon fled. I was rather confused. Wild Pokemon never ran. Not so early in the game. After a few more tries, all with the same outcome, I continued on to Cherry Grove. Just before I entered the city, I recognized the small area as the one Silver had walked through in the beginning. After entering the city, I bumped into Gold, who, wordlessly, challenged me to a battle. His Pokemon, a Cyndaquil, was already slightly higher level than mine. I was stuck at level 5 and he was already at level 7. And even though I had the type advantage, he beat me. Before whiting out, his sprite switched out with the Cyndaquils, and he looked disappointed. After exiting the Cherry Grove Pokemon Center, which I had not used prior but apparently was the only option, I walked back to the place that he had challenged me, only to find that I was unable to battle him at this point again. The game was getting a little annoying by now. I had no money, no Pokegear, no Pokedex, and I was unable to battle wild Pokemon. Fortunately, once I entered Route 30 onward, there were other Pokemon trainers in which I could battle and easily beat. Though none of them seemed eager to speak to me after I had won. By the time I entered Violet City, my Pokemon's level was still too low to take on the gym leader. But with the money I had won from the trainers I fought before, I was at least able to buy some potions, so I felt I was set. The lesser trainers at the gym were easy enough. I was only forced to use 2 of my previously purchased potions, and I leveled up once. Though, as I took on the gym leader, he proved to be too much for me, and I lost. Upon winning, he did the very same thing Gold had done, and he looked disappointed as well. When the battle ended, I didn't white out. Rather, I had to endure a lecture about treating Pokemon correctly from the leader. Once he finished speaking, I received a one-worded option. Steal? I chose yes, as it was the only option that was given to me. Silver backed up one step and slammed into the gym leader, kicking him backwards. Another dialogue box popped up, telling me that I had stolen the gym badge, TM31, and $500. After that, I whited out. This is how it continued on for the remainder of the game. While I was able to defeat lesser trainers on the paths to cities and in the gyms, I constantly lost to the leader and was forced to steal their badges. The steal option only worked on people who would normally give you items in the game. This is how I was able to obtain key items, such as the item finder, the bicycle, the water pail, HMs, and many more. They refused to give me anything otherwise. Anyone I spoke to either refused to talk, greeting me only with ... or they would lecture me on how to properly treat Pokemon. It was beginning to get that way with Nurse Joy as well. By the time I progressed to Goldenrod City, any time I whited out, she would scold me. Pokemon continued to avoid me as well. If I wanted to better my team, I had to hope that the Pokeballs I used worked the first time. What was stranger about random battles is that even if I locked the Pokemon in place with Mean Look, the Pokemon passed out. Literally. After my first attack of Mean Look, if I got to the first attack, that is, sometimes the Pokemon had a higher speed than mine. Before I was able to choose another, the Pokemon would just faint. The dialogue box proclaimed, Pokemon forced itself to pass out, and the battle ended. The only thing that seemed to go normally for me was the battles with Team Rocket. I always won against them, and they always treated me like some punk kid getting in their way. The rest of the game, up to a certain point, isn't entirely important. Aside from win, lose, and steal, everything else was more or less normal. While my Pokemon matured slowly, due to frequent losses, they did grow to like me a little, as I began giving them haircuts and other little things to boost our bond. The last I had checked, the person who rated their happiness, one of the very few people who would actually speak to me, said, "It's quite cute." I know, you must be thinking that this isn't disturbing at all. That I should just accept the fact that this is simply a hack, made to tell Silver's side of the story. Well, I did. And it was. But I'm not quite finished yet. Once I had finally made it to Kanto, continuing the process of win, lose, and steal, I ventured into Viridian City. The second I stepped foot into the city, the music cut off. I thought for certain that this was a glitch in the programming, that I was now to walk through a soundless game. But as I stood there for a moment, a very faint noise picked up and faded away. I was now sure that the music had messed up, like it was just trying to play, but couldn't get there. As I stepped back into the route that I'd just come from, the music picked up perfectly. It was only Viridian City that was silent. I was now curious, so I stepped back into the silent city and began to explore. There was not a person in sight. No one out in the open. No one in the houses. Not even anyone in the mart or the Pokemon Center. The city was entirely empty. Just the silence and the occasional soft noise which I still had not identified. As I walked towards the gym, the sound grew a little louder. I figured the noise must be coming from inside, so I entered. There was no one there either, but that was to be expected. The gym was always empty until much later. The noise didn't play in here, but it was still dead silent. I walked up to where the gym leader normally stood, and as I walked past that spot and into the brick wall, I do that sometimes. I like the noise. I was transported into another room. The wall had a hidden set of stairs. This place was silent as well, but the noise began to play yet again. It was much louder this time. Just a bunch of random, high-pitched noises. but it sounded like screams. By this time, as you could well imagine, my heart was pounding. I don't take screaming or things that sound like screaming very well, due to an unfortunate experience with a very graphic haunted house when I was 3 years old. But I digress. Regardless of my pounding heart and shaking hands, I explored the room, which was tinted in a muted red, much like everything was in Pokémon Red when you played it on a Game Boy Color. The room followed a sideways zigzag pattern, and the screams came at random, some short, some long and drawn out. It sounded as if someone was being tortured. As I continued down the zigzagging hallways, I came across several disturbing images. Sprites of NPCs without their heads, as well as heads without bodies. Anytime I tried to examine these bodies, Silver simply said, "Don't look." The bodies and heads became more frequent as I went on, clogging up the hallways and leaving only a small path for me to follow. The screams became more frequent. The screen began to flicker as I walked on, just like it would if one of my Pokemon were poisoned. But none of them were. Just in case, I checked the status of my party. None of them were poisoned, but their health was going down. In an attempt to heal them, I picked up a super potion out of my bag and used it on my Feraligatr. A dialogue box popped up and said, "It won't have any effect." Now I was disturbed. I knew none of this was supposed to happen. Regardless, I continued on, hoping that if they all fainted from this, I would be transported back to a Pokemon Center and things would return to normal. It was stupid of me to assume that. I continued along the morbid path, the screen flickering in and out. Finally, Silver stopped as the dialogue box popped up, telling me that my Pokemon had fainted. Except, it didn't say that. It said, "All dead." By now, I was ready to cry, but I couldn't stop myself from trying to get to the end of this disturbing experience. If I didn't finish this now, I would be tempted to try it again some other time. Curiosity is the strangest thing. Finally, I reached the center room, which was now tinted a deep red. I guessed that this was to simulate the fact that the room was filled with blood. There were a few bodies scattered around it. In the center, there were a few live figures. A man, a Pokemon, Gold, and another Pokemon I could only assume was his Typhlosion. Gold's Typhlosion attacked the man's Pokemon, but it was quickly struck down. Its sprite turning red, then grey, then disappearing. The man's Pokemon had killed it. Silver's sprite stepped forward on its own, and the man finally acknowledged he was there. "Giovanni. Ah, son, you've made it. Come to see your rival's demise?" have you? This caused Gold to turn around and look at you. The only thing he said was, ... Silver continued to move on his own. He approached the man and kicked him backwards, which of course enraged Giovanni. Giovanni, you're going to help him? Ha! You've become just as weak as the others. If he seems worth saving to you, perhaps I should show you that there's no sense in getting attached. Mewtwo, take care of him. Mewtwo obeyed his creator's command and approached Gold. I'm still uncertain of what it actually did, but it struck Gold, causing a scream much louder than before as the sprite of Silver's rival lost its head and faded to deep red and to grey. Giovanni, I told you long ago, Silver. Pokémon are nothing more than tools. People are as well. Use them and throw them away once they've served your purpose. Mewtwo, kill him. The Mewtwo did not obey this time. Giovanni's words must have angered it. It turned to him and actually spoke. Mewtwo, you're no longer useful. It struck Giovanni, just as it had done Gold and Typhlosion. But the scream Giovanni produced was much longer than any other I'd heard. Mewtwo was torturing him. Finally, after an eternity, the scream faded away into nothingness, and Giovanni's sprite did just as Gold's did, leaving only Silver and Mewtwo alive in the room. As Mewtwo turned to face me, I knew that wouldn't be the case for long. Mewtwo, not useful. It struck me, initiating a battle in which I was totally unable to participate. My character's sprite was in the place of any Pokémon. My health was full, but I knew it wouldn't help. I chose to run, but I couldn't. I chose to attack, but I had nothing to use. I just had to stand there, as Mewtwo used Psychic on Silver's defenseless image. Even with the sound turned to a low level, that scream coming from Silver was disturbingly loud. Even as the battle screen faded away, that scream lingered until Silver's sprite turned from red to grey, which I then realized, of course, symbolizes the coldness of death. Silver, along with Gold and everyone else who had been unfortunate enough to wander into this place from Viridian, was now dead. The screen faded to black, all except for Mewtwo's sprite, which remained in the center of the screen. My paranoid mind immediately made me think that he was somehow going to turn on me next. But the word "end" simply faded in just underneath him, and the screen cut to black, taking me back to the opening sequence. I'm still unsure why this game was made. Why someone just shoved it into a box to sell. And why I happened to find it. but I can assure you that I'm swearing off all randomly found games. Either it's new, or I'll never touch it. The game I just described has slipped out of my possession since that first playthrough. I have no idea where it is, but I hope it's rotting in a dump somewhere. You see, I'm a simple college student, living alone in an apartment. I was very enthusiastic about the release of Pokémon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I had purposely locked myself out of all media in the internet, aside from school purposes. That means no 4chan, no Bulbapedia, etc. As I was busy with the school year, and being poor at the time, I wasn't able to buy Soul Silver on its launch date. After my school year ended, I ordered Soul Silver on Amazon. However, it would take a week for it to arrive. I decided that during that time, I would replay my Crystal version on my Game Boy Color. However, I realized that long ago, my mum threw it away because I told her the save went dead, and I was very upset about it then. She also threw away my silver version, so all I have left is my Game Boy Color. As such, I set out to GameStop, and I bought a used silver version, as it was the only Pokemon game that they had left for the Game Boy Color. $10. Fairly cheap. I went home and I started it up for a nostalgia trip. But that's when things started getting bizarre. And most likely the reason why you're listening to this. The Game Freak logo started up as normal, but it just froze there. I thought the card was errored or something, so I turned it off and back on. The same thing happened. I tried pressing A and start over and over, and all of the buttons. Eventually, the logo vanished, and there was a black screen for about 5 seconds. Suddenly, rather than going to the usual menu screen, I was already in the game, in a previous save file. Which was odd, as I was expecting all of these cards to have been wiped. Either way, I wasn't complaining, as I would have chosen the continue option to see what the previous guy did. First off, I checked his trainer information. His name was just ... He didn't have much originality. I checked his profile and apparently he had 999 hours put in the game, with all 16 badges, 99,999.9 Pokédollars, and all 251 Pokemon in the Pokédex. Seeing as he apparently had Mew and Celebi logged also, I'm guessing he either used a Game Genie or was a really hardcore Pokemon player back then. I checked his Pokemon to see what a badass team he has. To my surprise, I saw 5 unknowns and a 6th Pokemon named Hurry. I'm thinking that this must be some cruel joke by the person who last played the game. But I decided to check the profiles of those Pokemon anyway. As expected, they were different letters of unknown, all level 5. I was a bit shaky with my unknown alphabet at the time, but I identified the words spelled out to be leave. As for the 6th Pokemon, it turned out to be a Cyndaquil. Mind you, this was before there were individualized Pokemon icons. The Cyndaquil looked normal, but it was level 5 with only 1 HP left, with only 2 attacks, Leah and Flash. I don't know why they named him Hurry, but at the time, I just disregarded it. The most eerie thing was that, despite my volume being at max, none of the Pokemon he had said their usual cries. Just pure silence. Having seen enough of the team, I closed it. I was parked at what appears to be a room inside the Bellsprout Tower. However, for some reason, there were no NPCs around. Even more eerie was that the pillar in the middle didn't move at all, as if just leaning on its side. There was no music, and there was no exit or ladder. Or at least, I thought there wasn't. I walked around for a few minutes, but couldn't seem to find a way out. This was certainly not a room I've seen in the Bellsprout Tower before. I tried checking my items, looking for an escape rope, but the bag was completely empty. There weren't any wild Pokemon either. Finally, I managed to find a ladder, which turned out to be behind the pillar. The screen turned black, and the music finally started playing. I felt a sudden chill as I recognized that melody to be the theme you hear when you listen to the radio at the Alpha Ruins, where the Unknown are at. I immediately realized that it wasn't a loading transition, but rather I was in a dark room and I would need Flash. Before I took care of that though, I immediately checked my Pokegear to change the radio to something more pleasant. But it turns out there was no radio card, or even a phone, nor time cards. There was only a map card, in which Gold, ... from earlier, and I will just call him Gold from now on, was just walking in the midst of black. I recalled that Cyndaquil had Flash, so I turned off my Pokegear and made him use it. I didn't see any message saying Hurry used Flash or anything like that. The room just became lit, and I soon regretted it. The room was a chilling blood red, with a linear grey path heading south. The ladder I used to go up/down was not there at all. I had no choice but to head south. The screen got darker every 20 steps I made, until finally I made it to the end, where there appeared to be a sign. I read the sign, and it said, "Turn back now." Suddenly, I was asked to answer yes or no, but there was no question asked. I chose yes, as I do not know what it was asking, and the screen went black again, making a ladder climb sound. The unknown radio music stopped, and in a few seconds was replaced with the not as creepy poker flute radio music. I was in another dark room, but I held my breath and used flash again. Suddenly it said, "Hurry has fainted," which was odd since I recall that there was no status conditions like poisoned on him, and I clearly wasn't in any battle. I checked my Pokemon quickly, and suddenly, he's no longer in my party. In fact, after a bit of investigating, none of my Pokemon are there, but instead, all replaced with level 10 unknown. I did the same thing as before, and spelled out the unknown. My then team of unknowns spelled, "He died." Either way, after that creepy change, the room was lit to reveal myself in a very small room that appeared to be only 4 squares big. The walls of that room were grey bricks, as if I was inside something that was hollowed out. Outside that room appeared to be a bunch of graves, similar to the ones in Pokémon Red and Blue. I've walked around that small room and pressed A, but nothing happened. I had already concluded that this was clearly a hacked game, and some sadistic person sold it to GameStop. However, my curiosity kept me going. I checked the trainer profile of ... again, only to find out that the sprite of Gold was missing his arms. He also seemed to appear less smug, but rather seemed more sad and empty in a way that I do not know how to describe. For some reason, it also now said that he had 24 badges, which was clearly impossible. After a few minutes of aimless wandering, my character suddenly spun and did that escape rope spinning animation. Instead of flying up though, my character spun downwards, slowly, as if sinking. After that, the music stopped. After finally landing, the overworld sprite of Gold is colored differently now. Instead of the usual red color he dons, he appears completely white, including his skin. It's as if he came straight from the colorless Game Boy games, placed into a colored background of the Game Boy Color. I checked his profile, and now, while he is as white as his overworld sprite, he lost his legs and has what appears to be bloody tears from his eyes. It also says he now has 32 badges, which starts to disturb me, as this change of number seems to represent something important. I also checked my Pokemon, which this time contains 5 unknowns and a level 100 Celebi without a nickname. The unknown This time level 15, and they spelled out dying. I checked Celebi's profile. It was a shiny, except there's only half of its sprite. One leg, one arm, one eye. It only has one attack. Perish Song. The area I was in itself was the Sprout Tower, with the immobile pillar just as before. Except everything is red now. I walked north for what felt like forever. Eventually I encountered some generic men and women NPC. They were all lined up to the side, just facing the long slantish pillar in the middle. They were also white, and nothing happens when I tried to speak to them. I kept on going north, until eventually, the pillar finally appears chopped off, with a transparent red in that spot. I walked up to Red, and without even pressing A, I was suddenly engaged and finally in a battle. The music started again, which it sounds like the unknown radio music again, but played backwards. Gold's battle back sprite matches his front one, with the bloody eyes, white skin, and lack of arms, while Red's sprite was the same as it always was in Gold Silver Crystal, except transparent also. The text simply said, "Wants to battle," as if he has no name. And both of us only have one Pokemon each, which is weird, as I swore I had 6 with the unknowns. My shiny Celebi came out, conveniently with half a sprite for the back sprite also. The shiny noise and animation was different, as the sounds it made sound like multiple screech attacks used consecutively. Red sent out a seemingly normal male Pikachu, except he is level 255, and his sprite seems sad and has tears in his eyes. Rather than the usual fight, item, Pokemon run menu, I was only given the option to use the attacks. Since Celebi only has one, I chose it. Naturally, since Pikachu was level 255, he went first. Pikachu used Curse, lowering his speed and increasing his other stats. I wasn't even sure if Pikachu could use Curse. Celebi used Perish Song. In 3 turns, both Pokemon get KO'd. Not like I had a choice. At this point, it didn't even go back to the fight menu, as the battle just continued without me. Also note that there were no animations. Pikachu used Flail, which didn't do much, despite his level and boost, as his health was maxed. Celebi used Perish Song. Nothing happened, as it had already been used. Pikachu used Frustration, which did a shit ton of damage, knocking Celebi down to less than 10 HP. Celebi used Pain Split, which surprised me, as Celebi didn't even have that attack in the first place. Now, Celebi and Pikachu have about 150 HP. Pikachu used Mean Look. Not like that did anything. As expected, due to the effects of Perish Song, my Celebi fainted. Except in the text it said, Celebi has died. And instead of the ordinary drop off the screen animation, the Celebi back sprite just vanished. For some reason, the Pikachu was still up, even with Perish Song, and it didn't count as my loss. Pikachu used one more different attack beyond the 5 attack limit. Pikachu used Destiny Bond. Afterwards, it said, Pikachu has died, with a slow fade-out animation. Apparently, I was the winner, as the transparent red sprite showed up and said, ... At that point, I just freaked out, as that transparent red sprite was suddenly beheaded, leaving nothing but his transparent body. The battle then ended and faded out along with the music. I was back in the overworld, with another change to the gold sprite. He's now as transparent as Red's overworld sprite. I quickly checked Gold's profile, where this time, the only thing that remains of him is his head, with a transparent skin. The head was zoomed in a bit, showing a black void in his eyes. It now stated that he has 40 badges. I then backed out, and I checked my Pokemon. They were all level 20 shiny unknown, which then spelled out, no more. I was at what I now know was next to the end. There was apparently no music playing, but for some reason, I still felt like something was there that could be heard. I was back in my room in New Bark Town. Maybe I would finally get to play this game properly. But who am I kidding? I knew that sadistic person must have done something. I walked around my room to interact with things, as I'm a bit afraid to go down the stairs and see what was awaiting me down there. Note that I said walked, as while the background was moving, Gold was not moving his transparent limbs at all while doing so. Just floating there, like those ghosts you see in Diamond and Pearl. As expected, the radio, the computer, and the TV did not work, so I had no choice but to go down the stairs. I ended up in the same lower level room of my house. Everything appears normal, except Mum isn't home. After failing to interact with anything in this room, I decided to go outside. To my surprise, the door leading outside at the south didn't work, and instead, I just walked straight through it to a void. I continued moving south to see what the hell was going on. My house vanishes as I head south into the void. It was creepy, as when I entered this void, the outline on Gold's transparent sprite turned white to contrast. Eventually, I reached a white area, and Gold's sprite turned black and transparent again. I continued south, without thinking of stopping at all. After a long trek south, I finally encountered something. It was Gold's regular sprite. I talked to it. He said, "Goodbye forever," with a notable space in between the forever and ... He then vanished. As that happened, it said, question mark, question mark, question mark, used nightmare. Which, at this point, I would not deny that being possible. Gold did another escape rope animation, spinning slowly downwards, just like earlier. I'm now back into that small, hollowed-out room, surrounded by graves. Or at least, I say I was back there, as there's no sprite anymore. I tried to walk around, but nothing moved. Not even that wall-bumping noise. I checked my trainer profile, with absolutely no gold sprite left. It said I have 0 badges, and all the pictures of the Johto gym leaders at the bottom were replaced with skulls. I checked my Pokemon, which were all level 25 unknown. As expected, it spelled out a phrase that I dread to read. I'm dead. As soon as I went back to the overworld, the room I was supposedly in was then covered with the same blocks as the walls. I then figured out what exactly that room was when the final text was said. Rest in peace. That room was a big grave, surrounded by other graves. Gold had already been dead. He died, presumably a few years after he defeated Red. He was a young trainer who, despite his efforts in collecting so many badges and attempts at becoming a Pokemon master, was still unable to avoid the inevitable fate of death, and his efforts were eventually forgotten by the next generation. I was unable to escape from that text, no matter what I pressed. I tried resetting the game, and the same thing happened. At which point, I finally decided to give up on that nightmare. After that experience, I will never look at the gimmick unknown the same way again. They say that only the first generation have folk tales and legends. But the second generation has shown me how unpleasant the truth can be. I eventually enjoyed Soul Silver immensely, but I still can't unthink what that rigged game has told me. Remember that old man on the construction site in Vermilion City? He and his faithful Machop were flattening the ground for some mysterious construction project. They had apparently been at it for years. There's more to this tale. The story begins in Lavender Town. The Lavender Town chapter of Pokémon Red and Blue was short, but left a profound impact on the player. Team Rocket was at it again, stealing the skulls of the Cubones in the tower. Local celebrity Mr. Fuji attempted to stop them, but was easily subdued and taken hostage. You, the valiant hero, rescued Mr. Fuji and put an end to Team Rocket's nefarious plot. The story was juvenile, but there seemed to be so much more to it. Perhaps it is the music that played. It sounds, quite simply, like fear. It lent an ambience and an intensity not present elsewhere in the game. No wonder it is recalled with such a vividness by those who grew up playing the game. But isn't it curious that, for a town so dedicated to preserving the resting place of Pokémon, a mere 3 years later, the tower had been replaced with a radio tower? Lavender Town had obviously changed the first time you'd traveled there in gold and silver. Aside from the aesthetic changes, the music was now light-hearted and whimsical, entirely different in mood than the previous generation. But beneath the cheerful arrangement of the music was the same haunting melody. Things were not as they appeared. You see, there was more to Team Rocket's involvement than you might have imagined. Lavender Town, during the time of Red and Blue, was struggling. It was a town without a draw. It lacked a Pokémon gym, or anything else to attract tourists. Fuchsia had the Safari Zone. Utah had a museum. Cinnabar, a famous laboratory, etc. But all Lavender Town had was a massive graveyard that was free to visit. Its feeble Pokémon Mart paled in comparison to the huge Celadon department store, which was easily accessible through the underground path to the west. Lavender Town was easily the poorest town in all of Kanto. One day, a businessman approached the mayor of Lavender Town with a proposition. Radio was a fad that had taken the nearby Johto region by storm. He proposed the demolition of Pokémon Tower and the construction of a radio tower in its place. It would be entirely funded by the businessman's company, built at no cost to Lavender Town. The mayor realized that this would greatly upset the residents. He also realized that this was an opportunity for prosperity. The town was desperate. He accepted, even with the condition that came with the businessman's plan. Cubones were indigenous to Lavender Town. Their skulls were extremely valuable on the black market. The businessman's condition was that his organization would be allowed to hunt the Cubones. The profits from the skulls would fund the construction of the radio tower. Who was the businessman? Giovanni, the mayor of Lavender Town, Mr. Fuji. Red was simply a pawn in this plot. He rescued Mr. Fuji in order to deflect the growing suspicion of his involvement with Team Rocket. And as he left the town and continued his journey, Team Rocket quickly resumed the extermination of Cubones. The plan appears to be unconcerned with the souls of the resting Pokémon. It was anything but. Giovanni was a very superstitious man. The takeover of the Self Company was done so that Team Rocket would be able to mass-produce self-scopes, which would then be distributed to the grunts involved with the Lavender project. He also believed demolishing the tower would disrupt the spirits of the Pokémon inside. So he planned to construct a new tower. The bodies would be moved there before the demolition of the tower could take place. He knew of a place that would be perfect for this new tower. An empty hill in Vermilion City. Giovanni hired a small, independent construction company to build this tower, so that people would not suspect Team Rocket's involvement. The old man's company used a Pokémon labor force, Machops. The construction was problematic. It suffered through a string of increasingly bizarre disasters. The funds originally allocated to the company were lost in a bank robbery. There were inexplicable machine failures, as well as the deaths of several Machops. Months passed, and the project still stalled, making seemingly no progress. The citizens of Vermilion, who had no idea what the construction was intended for, joked that it was cursed. This would explain the continuing tragedy that befell the Machops, whose attacks could not affect ghosts. Nonetheless, Giovanni refused to begin the construction of the radio tower until the bodies could be transferred to a new resting place. His greatest fear was disturbing the spirits. Some of his followers came to view him as delusional. He seemed to believe that the ghosts were trying to communicate with him, that he had in fact disturbed the spirits already, causing their activity in Vermilion. His defeat at the hands of Red, a 10-year-old boy, validated his apprehensions that he could no longer lead an organization that expected him to carry out a plan that he now feared the consequences of. He relinquished his power, and he disappeared. The new leaders of Team Rocket shared few of his superstitions and apprehensions. The tower was demolished the next day. Strangely, the old man that owned the Vermilion Construction Company died that same day. The construction site upon that hill remains in Vermilion City today. It is abandoned. A flat patch of earth. Barren. Except for a few tombstones, under which the deceased Machops lie. The only feature that resembles the planned Pokémon Tower that never was. People who visit feel an uneasiness. Some claim to hear a faint, very sad melody Most avoid this place, but occasionally, a traveler from Johto will unknowingly stumble upon it. They claim to see an old man and a Machop continuously stomping the ground flat for an important construction project. So, my brother and I, we kind of grew up on Pokemon. Around here, a lot of kids did. It worked out perfectly for us too. Every time a new generation came out, one of us would get one version, and the other would get the other. And since our mum liked to spoil us, we both got the third one. This is going to sound, at first, like a bittersweet story about two siblings who grew up with a couple of games that eventually took them down two different roads. Well, it's a little more than that. The years rolled by. We kept collecting. Game Boys got old. We replaced them. Cartridges finally gave out. We picked up new copies. But we started down two completely different roads before Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald came out. You see, around then, my brother got a Game Shark. We had heard all the hacks and cheats you could do with them, even if we were kind of late to the party. And they sounded pretty cool. Our first guinea pig cartridge was my brother's Blue version. We just digged around with it a bit. Nothing major. But whatever we did, it messed the cartridge up. After just a couple of code entries, it glitched out completely and became unplayable. Naturally, we were upset at first. My brother mourned the loss of his hours of work, and I was sympathetic. I told him, it's okay. We can replace it, I guess. Stupid Game Shark was a waste of money. But here, our paths finally differed. After seeing the mess it had turned Blue version into, I became opposed to the idea of hacking or cheating any of my games. What can I say? I feel feelings for the little pixel critters. But my brother had taken his game's destruction as a personal challenge or something. I don't think he ever played a game after that, which wasn't hacked somehow. Yeah, we played a shit ton of Pokemon. But for us, there really wasn't much else to do. We live way out in the country, without many other kids. And the farmers didn't want us on their property, so we played Pokemon out on the lawn. Pretty much all day, every day. It was pretty awesome. To us, at least. We lost that Game Shark when our rooms got moved around. A new addition was built onto our house, and it disappeared in the mess of shit that got stuffed into the new closet. Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald arrived, and after playing through them once, we were both in agreement that they were definitely lacking in comparison to the last gen. We both tried another honest playthrough, and though we managed to finish, it left us both yearning for some good old-fashioned nostalgia. Where were our gold, silver, and crystal cartridges, though. It took us probably a month to dig through the boxes that we had been too lazy to open up before. But we finally found one full of a shitload of our old electronics. My old purple Game Boy Color. It still worked. His red one could no longer hold batteries in place. Both of our GBAs were fine though, along with our snake light and link cables. That one with the nifty little connector in the middle that I'd always wrapped up oh so carefully to avoid fraying the wires and condemning it to the trash like our last cable. We both grabbed up everything we could. It was so nice to have yellow, which had been my first and most cherished game of any series, not just Pokemon, and red version and gold version back. We went through the motions of checking our old files, taking in all the old memories, and eventually we figured that Gen 1 stuff was just too nostalgic to get rid of. I restarted gold. He restarted silver. Immediately, he snatched the Game Shark out of the box and slipped it into the back of his GBA. I just shook my head at him. I remember what I said to him. That thing will kill your game, you know. He never liked me preaching to him about abusing pixels. I shut my mouth after that, but it seemed to put him off playing with me. I guess it was just one time too many or something. I ought to know when to keep my thoughts to myself, really. It was a couple of days later that it happened. I was out on the porch, Game Boy in hand, just about to go into the Elite Four, when I realized I needed a bit of help. My team was ill-balanced, thanks to me playing through for leisure. And at that time, I was no great trainer that could pull off gimmick runs. I knew that my brother had been 2 badges ahead of me when we had last checked in with one another. So I was hoping that maybe he would let me borrow a Pokemon or 2, just for this run-through. Now the thing is that I had spent the last 24 hours at a friend's place. I had literally come home, dumped my bag in my room, and crept out into the sun with my GBA to play. I had no idea what he'd been up to. For all I knew, he was done with the game and onto a new one, which I figured was all the better for me, since he wouldn't need those Pokemon, and I'd stand a better chance of nicking a few. So I got up and went into the house. When I was crossing the living room, I noticed all of his Pokemon games lying on the floor. Some of the cartridges had been mangled, like they'd been hacked at with something sharp. Even his old blue version, long ago dead and too sentimental to throw away, was lying there with the plastic cut ragged, split almost halfway up the side. Completely unusable anymore, even if it would have worked. I was a little scared. This had to have happened this morning. Otherwise our mum would have seen, and they wouldn't be lying on the carpet. Tucking my GBA into my pocket, I crept over to his room, and I found the door was unlocked. Somehow, that was even more concerning. I walked in, and I found my brother sitting on the edge of his bed. His GBA was in pieces on the floor at his feet, smashed to bits. Next to him on the bed were a hammer and our mother's gardening scissors. His face was paler than I'd ever seen. Even paler than the time that we'd gone corning and the old guy up the street, legally blind and a raving nutcase, had come and chased us into the trees with a shotgun. It was now that I also noticed the Game Shark on the ground and a silver cartridge corner poking out from under his bed. Somehow, they had been spared the wrath of the hammer. "Are you okay?" I asked. I remember the chills that ran through me. He was my little brother. Seeing him like this was horrifying. It was awful. I remember him rasping, and the way his voice rattled made my knees weak. Oh God, white everywhere, then black. I remember running over to him, and I remember his limp arm fell and brushed the Game Boy in my pocket, and his sudden scream right in my ear, making me jump and bite my tongue. He ripped the handheld from my pocket and he hurled it at the far wall. I cried out at the dent the plastic system made there, running over to collect it. The screen had gone dark, and though I feared the worst, when I flicked the switch, it powered up normally. I waited there in the corner, trying to pretend that GBA mattered enough to not go and run for our mum. The volume was on, the Pokemon theme started up, and he screamed again, picking up the hammer. This time, I screamed too, and I ran from the room, with my GBA clutched to my chest like a shield. He ended up in the psych ward at the hospital for 2 days. When we went to visit him, I left my GBA at home. No one could figure out what had set off his strange, manic behavior. There was some talk that I didn't understand at the time, about some kind of disorder that he may or may not have had. But even though my mum and I collected and brought in all the cut-up cartridges to be looked at, Mum's idea, not mine, no one had even thought to tie it back to the game. Maybe that was my fault. I hadn't said a word about what had happened when he accidentally touched my Game Boy, or the blind, white terror that he'd been thrown into when the music started. On my last visit to the hospital before school on the second day, I was left alone in the room with him, while Mum had some private talk with the doctor about precautions she should take to prevent this from happening again. I sat in a chair next to the bed where he was staring up at the ceiling. Then suddenly, he sat up, making me flinch. "Hey, go in my room when you get home." I didn't understand what he meant. And then, I remembered the things we hadn't packed up and brought in. The game, and the hacking tool under his bed. Get rid of them. I don't ever want to play them ever again. His voice was so weary and desperate. He sounded like an old man on his deathbed. My poor, damaged little brother. How could I refuse? "Promise you'll get rid of them." "Okay, I promise." I was carted off to school late, and through that whole day, I only had my promise to him in my head. I didn't know it at the time, But this would be the last time that I could ever play the big sibling role and help him out. I just had to get home and get rid of that game. But as the day went on, a sick curiosity started to go through my own head. What could possibly have happened to that game that scared him so badly? I was scared myself, but I just had to know. I had to. I got home, and I went right into his room, bent on uncovering whatever horror was waiting for me. Mum had since vacuumed, and the cartridge and Game Shark were no longer visible. I got down and crawled half under the bed, feeling timid but holding on to the promise I made. Under the bed, there was enough dust to make me cough. Enough old Legos and various other toys that I couldn't set my elbows down without it landing on something. But I finally found both objects. They had been shoved to the corner, on top of a notebook that looked too new to have been down there long. I grabbed the corner of the paper, and I dragged everything out with me, still wheezing from all that dust. They looked so innocent. Simple toys, and a simple, spiral-bound bunch of papers. I set Silver version and the Game Shark on the floor, and I took a closer look at the notebook. On it was scrawled at least 20 different cheat codes, but one had been scratched out with a Sharpie over where it initially had been drawn in with pen. This was confusing. He had really tried to erase it out. The marker had been pressed to the paper so hard that the ink soaked through most of the pages behind it, almost 2/3 of the way to the cardstock back cover. But pen has a way of sticking around. I picked up the notebook and I tilted it backwards in the light, and the reflective surface of the Sharpie revealed the indents that had been left where he'd written. The code was an unintelligible mess of letters and numbers, but the words next to it confused me. Easter egg. Snow on Mount Silver. I remembered what he had said when I had found him. He had been raving about white. White and then black. Could he mean snow? Even though it was only August and the temperature was still climbing to 90 degrees every day, a chill ran down my spine. Did I dare try it? I picked everything up and brought it to my room, and I laid it out on the carpet in front of me with my own Game Boy Advance next to it. For a long while, I just stared at it, and the longer I looked, the more maniacal Lucia's face became on the sticker, like some kind of twisted grin, like it was daring me to find out what had happened to my brother. I was a 14-year-old kid. Did I really want to tempt fate and risk ending up like him? I stared for a while longer. I had to see. I slid the gold cartridge out of my GBA, and I popped silver in its place. It took me almost 15 minutes to compose myself enough to turn it on. It started up normally. I left the sound on low, too afraid of what I might hear to keep it up the full way, and too curious to turn it off. The title screen was normal. Lugia again. But somehow menacing, despite my common sense telling me it was exactly the same picture as every other time I'd started up the game. How bad could this be? I asked myself. His note said Easter egg. Didn't that mean that coding was already in the game? The menu came up. Still absolutely normal. His character's name was Blake, with a mostly filled Pokédex. But the time was odd. 999.99. I knew that it couldn't have been playing that long. I had barely logged 50 hours on my own game, and I was at the Elite Four. And I had been playing slowly. Probably the result of his hacking messing up his file, I thought. Well, whatever then. The game started up, and the first thing I noticed was the prolonged black screen. It took almost a minute for anything to change, and there was no sound. None at all. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing up already, but it was too late to back out now. Finally, a very dim sort of map came into view, but it looked static. What was going on? I squinted down and realized with a fearful pang that it was actually the Mount Silver map. But what I thought was static was actually heavy falling snow. So, this was where he had last saved his game. I checked his party. A very normal team for someone who'd been using a Game Shark. Typhlosion, Feraligatr, Meganium, Pidgeot, Tyranitar, Lugia. All level 100 with modded moves. Typical for him. Something about the sprites was strange though. They seemed sullen in a way. Their colors seemed washed out, and their expressions, they lacked the normal vigor they usually had. I chalked this up to missing pixels or something, also due to the hacking. The map had brightened up just a smidgen when I closed out of the start menu. Indeed, snow was somehow falling very heavily. Pixels danced across the screen so fast that it was hard to see the little sprite that was my brother's character. Something was off about him too. When I checked the information, it was the same as the Pokemon sprites. The colors were dull. In fact, now that I thought about it, he almost looked frostbitten. My stomach tightened, and I turned and tried to move back down the mountain. As I hit the bottom of the screen, words popped up, and there was finally a sound. It was that of my sprite hitting an invisible wall. "I can't turn back now," it said. That was unsettling. I went into my Pokemon and tried to use Pidgeot's fly ability. I can't fly in this. Obviously, referring to the snow. Screw this, I thought, going into his bag. There was an escape rope, and I tried using it. I can't go back anymore. What was going on? Once again, I tried to walk back down the mountain, and to my horror, the words changed with every attempt. I can't run away. I can't go back down. I can never go back. That last one sent a frigid feeling through my heart. There was no way down the mountain. I had to climb. Turning the little sprite around, I moved him forward. No resistance at all. Though, my walking speed was oddly slow. What was truly weird was the lack of grass, of trainers, of anything at all. Everything but that white snow, which was still blowing across the mountain. It made it almost impossible to see. As I moved further up the mountain, my character's walking speed became slower and slower. The static curtain of pixels grew thicker, so that I could barely make out the features of the map. But it seemed like the only way to move was straight ahead anyway. I reached what looked like a set of stairs at the very top edge of the screen. I didn't remember this being there before. As I tried to move up, the little sprite paused. I'm cold. By now, even I was getting goosebumps. His walking speed had become painfully slow, as if somehow he was being impeded. Up the little staircase I went. More text on the screen. Meganium has died. What the hell? I thought. Pokemon don't die in these games. I checked in my party, and I was frightened and confused by what I saw. Meganium's sprite had been replaced by a red X. All of my other Pokemon sported various degrees of damage, though I hadn't battled once. I went into my bag, and I found a single revive, and I tried to use it. It's too late, it said. What kind of Easter egg was this? There wasn't much else I could do. Trying to turn around yielded the same messages as before, so I kept moving. Pidgeot has died. I checked again. Sure enough, there was the little red X. This time, I selected it, and I looked at the Pokemon itself, trying to figure out what was wrong. I wish I never looked at that. The sprite was mangled. Pieces of it were missing. What was left was splotched with a sickish blue-grey color, and its eye was a solid black pit. I flipped down to Meganium. Same deal. A leg missing, a chunk of its neck, most of its head, save for that pitch-black dead eye. Morbid curiosity urged me onwards, and the path never deviated from the straight upward road I'd travelled the entire time. Along the way, every now and then, another of my Pokémon would die, and examination of its sprite would show it was in the same condition as the others, until all that remained was Typhlosion. One more staircase was up ahead. I climbed it, braced for whatever horror awaited me. I hit the summit. It was deserted. Red was nowhere to be found. The snow had stopped falling. In the very center of the map was something sticking out of the snow. It looked like a Pokeball. Okay, maybe all this creepy shit led up to some climactic final battle using whatever was in there. If I picked it up, maybe Red would come out of hiding. I walked over, and I examined it, and there was a burst of static noise from my game that made me jump. What appeared on the screen was a battle animation. My trainer sprite appearing, his skin tinged blue, against another mangled Pokémon sprite. It was Celebi. In the center of that black hole that was its eye, a single red dot burned out like an ember. The thing looked rotted. I didn't even throw out my mostly dead Typhlosion before it had moved. Celebi used Perish Song. A screech came out of my GBA, and I almost dropped it as the screen went white. A part of me was relieved, thinking that my final Pokemon had been KO'd, and I would be transported back to a Pokemon Center. But I was wrong. My sprite reappeared in what looked like a cave. Was I now inside the mountain? I checked my trainer card, and I felt sick. The sprite was just as mauled as the Pokemon had been. A leg gone. A single eye remaining. Pitch black. And so sad looking. Tears welled up at the corner. And every color on him was replaced by those 6 shades of frosty blue and gray. Every stat on the card was reduced to 0, except for the playtime, which still read as 999.99. I quickly moved back to the map. His sprite there mimicked the horror that it had become on the trainer card. Pieces were missing. Everything was discolored. I began trying to walk, and at first, I received a message. It's so cold. There was only one direction to go. Upwards. I moved on, and every now and then, I would be stopped by a text box that made my heart sink lower and lower. Mother, it feels so cold. I can't go on. The walls, as I walked, became darker and darker until they were pitch black at the end. There was an exit there, marked only by a white outline. I had no other choice but to go through it. It opened into a chamber that was also solid white. The only way to distinguish the walls was a thin grey line that marked them as separate from the floor. Against the far wall, there was another sprite. Red sprite. Intact. I had come this far. I had to finish this. I walked right up to him, and I pressed A. ... A battle began. Red sprite had none of the deformities that marred my own. The colours were the same blues and greys, but he was intact. He just looked extremely sad. His first Pokemon came out. Venusaur. It was just like my own had been, but it was level 0, with only a speck of health. I sent out Typhlosion, who had just 6 HP left. No Pokemon made a sound as they were sent into battle. Venusaur used Struggle. There was no animation, just a single point of damage done to Typhlosion. And then, the opposing sprite dropped off the screen. Venusaur has died. There was no text asking me to switch out. Instead, there was just what I took to be dialogue from Red. ... His next Pokemon was Blastoise, even more mangled than Venusaur had been. It too used Struggle and proceeded to die. After each round, there was that ominous ... from their trainer. Every sprite was more damaged than the last. His Espeon was barely distinguishable as a Pokemon. I realized at one point he was sending them out all out of order, which saved one Pokemon for last. Pikachu was sent out, and it was grotesque. It too was discolored, like it was frostbitten. It was missing an ear, half its body, its tail, and its head was mostly intact, but its eyes were much larger than they should have been, glaring out at me like pitch-black windows into hell. But the one thing that got me, above all else, was the giant smile that extended almost all the way to the edges of its head. Its health was somehow at 0, or at least looked that way. My hands were shaking. I didn't get a chance to attack. Pikachu used Pain Split. Pikachu has died. Typhlosion has died. It cut back to the image of Red sprite, and now it looked like mine, with his body so butchered that it looked like a carcass stripped of most of its meat. Except it had those same soulless, deranged eyes as Pikachu did. I finally understood what happened. They were dead. And this sub-level of the mountain was the hell that they now existed in. Red finally spoke. It's over. The screen flashed black and white for a moment, before another text box. Used Destiny Bond. A horrible, hideous screeching began to come out of my GBA. The screen went white, and it shrieked at me, and I threw it to the floor and pressed my back against the bed. That horrible noise continued for several long moments, while the screen stayed white, then went black, and then there was silence. It took me a long few moments, but I eventually stood up. I took the Game Shark, I took the notebook, I took that possessed game. I picked them all up, and I carried them to the garbage can we had already set out for morning pickup at the end of our long, winding driveway, and I threw them in. When I got back to the house, I don't know what made me do it, but I picked up yellow version, and I put it in my Game Boy. I think it was that part of me determined to make sure I hadn't somehow been tainted as well. The music started up. The game played. I turned to my Pikachu, and I pressed A. Its smiling face greeted me with an ear twitch and a big, pixelated smile. A pleasant, normal smile. I turned my game off, and I spent the next hour crying on the floor. My brother and I never did play Pokemon together again. He gave it up for good. I stuck to replaying my comforting, unhacked games. That winter, the snow fell thick. I was introduced to the video game realm a tad later than most other people. For most, if not all of my early childhood, I was isolated from other kids, and I had next to no social interactions. My days were spent in a prison-like school, and my nights rotted away with mind-numbing TV. Life was dull. Boring. All I had were my stuffed animals and cheap plastic toys to talk to. That changed when I got a GameCube. It was the Christmas of 2003, I believe. I was overjoyed at having my own video game station. It came with the games Super Mario Sunshine, Pac-Man World 2, and Pokémon Channel. Each of those games still hold a special place in my heart today. As soon as the GameCube was set up and ready to go, I began playing it immediately. The first game I played was Super Mario Sunshine. This game is what got me hooked onto the Mario series. After playing it for hours straight, and finally beating a level I just couldn't get past, I turned to Pac-Man World 2. Amazingly enough, I got stuck on level 2. Infuriated that I couldn't find the way out, even though the answer was literally right in front of my eyes, I quit and I started playing my first ever Pokemon game, Pokemon Channel. As soon as I turned the game on, I knew this game was going to be different from the other two. It didn't take long for me to fall in love with the game. When the time came for me to name my Pikachu, I unwittingly named him BRVR, short for brother. What compelled me to give him such a strange nickname that didn't even sound like a shortened version of brother, I'll never know. But regardless, I still enjoyed playing. There is no way for me to describe the love I felt for this game. It was everything that I had ever dreamed of. In this game, I had a friend who I could play with. It all took place in the Pokemon world too, which I had already loved before I even got Pokemon Channel. I could watch TV with my best friend BRVR, go fishing with him, play tic-tac-toe with him, talk to other Pokemon with him, grow a garden with him, build a snowman with him, explore ancient ruins with him, play musicals with him, sit around campfires and tell stories with him, gaze at the stars with him. All these things that I never got to experience in real life, I was able to do in this virtual world with BRVR, the best friend I never had. I was obviously overly addicted to the game, but I had nothing else to use up my time with. So instead, I put it all into this game. Oblivious to all the things happening in the real world, I preferred to live my life in this Pokemon fantasy with my best friend BRVR. BRVR seemed like more than just a virtual animated 3D model, forced to do his actions based on programming of the game. He seemed real to me. If I was ever sad one day, he would appear to look and act depressed too. If I was ever angry, he would show and express my rage during that play of the game. If I ever needed something to cheer me up, he would act silly and leap at me and do other idiotic things too. Later on, when I grew older and wiser, I just assumed that all of these strange events never really happened. And when I was younger, I had just simply imagined it. But it was still fun to pretend he was real. As the years passed, I got more games. I had acquired a Game Boy, which, along with it, came more Pokemon games, where I could have more than just a single Pikachu. My interests also floated to different series like Mario and Sonic. After playing Pokemon Channel so many times and doing the same things over and over again, it does start to get a bit boring. I began playing it less and less, and other games more and more. But I still gave Pokemon Channel a play every now and then. Eventually, I changed schools, and my whole life changed. I was shifted from a private Christian school to a public school, and my eyes were opened to reality. I started to learn new things about real life, which helped me to enjoy it more. People were not mean and cruel to me. They would greet me when I passed them in the halls. I discovered I could do more than just play video games. I could draw. There were thousands of songs I could listen to. and my grades started to dramatically rise. But the best part of all was that I got a new friend. A real friend. One who was flesh and blood, not ones and zeros. She was funny, and she helped me get used to the school. And she was someone I could talk to besides my parents. We both had the same immature and mock everything in every way possible kind of minds. I finally had a real best friend. While I continued to grow in both body and mind, Pokémon Channel was slowly forgotten. I moved on to greater and better games. Almost all the things I could do in the game, I was able to do in real life now. VR was replaced by my real-life best friend. He and the game had become obsolete, forgotten on a dusty shelf in a dark corner of the room. For the next couple of years, life was golden. Each day I would learn something new, and I had a ton of fun with my new best friend. I made a few other friends too, but no one could top my best friend. Every now and then, I'd get a new game, get some money, go do something with my best friend, draw something, listen to music. I never wished for anything more. Good things never last. Eventually, I had to move. I protested, and I threw a fit, but to no avail. Trying to stop the tears from falling down my face, I told my best friend goodbye on my last day at that school. For the next few nights, I cried myself to sleep at my new house. But eventually that did pass. Having one of my main reasons to live in life ripped away from me, it tore a hole in my heart that will never be completely healed. But the pain eventually became less and less. I still had contact with my best friend though. We both had YouTube accounts, and we would talk to each other over the internet. We call each other too, and have sleepovers, and sometimes see a movie together. But it hurt to not have her at my school anymore. I made some new friends at my new school, even more than at my old school, but none of them were as funny as my best friend. None of them could replace her. Just when I thought I could get used to this lifestyle, one of the most dreadful things happened. For her sake, I won't post what my best friend did, but she did something horrible, and my mum refused to let me speak to her, or even see her ever again. My heart was utterly smashed into thousands of pieces. I felt like I had nothing left to live for. My best, and what felt like my only friend, was now gone forever. I sunk back into my old habits, playing video games, isolating myself from the rest of the world. I didn't like to go out anymore. I refused to leave my room, except to go to school, eat, use the restroom, and visit my dad every other weekend. Now that my best friend had been snatched away from me, and that I didn't do anything in real life anymore, I needed something to replace them. Searching through my ancient shelf of old games, I I pulled out Pokemon Channel. I brushed the dust off the cover. It felt like it had been an eternity since I last gazed upon this game. I inserted the game disc into my GameCube, grabbed my controller, and awaited to greet my old virtual friend, BRVR. A tear fell down my cheek as the memories flooded back whilst I stared at the title screen. After a moment of soaking in the old nostalgia, I selected Continue. I eagerly selected Yes when the information appeared of my currently saved game asking if it was correct. As the transition Pokeballs rolled across the screen, I just couldn't wait to see BRVR again. When the transition was over, I appeared to be in my room. The normal cutscene where Pikachu is asleep on the top shelf and wakes up didn't play. But at this moment, I had almost completely forgotten about that. The only thing on my mind was BRVR. As I searched around the room though, he wasn't anywhere in sight. The delibird that delivers the goods you buy from the Shop and Squirtle channel was at my door. I smiled warmly at the sight. I remembered I bought something from that channel almost every day when I was younger. I thought I must have bought something the last time I played and completely forgot about it. Curious about what was in that delivery, I eagerly headed for the door. Ika. A deep moaning sound stopped me before I could reach the door. I turned the angle and saw BRVR climbing out from under the bed. He looked beat up, depressed. I had never seen him climb out from underneath there before, except for when he's searching for the Pokemon Mini in the beginning of the game. When he turned and saw me, a shocked expression came over his face, like it normally should. "Hey brother, it's me," I whispered, even though I knew he couldn't hear me. Instead of a joyous look and cheering Pika Pika, he acquired an infuriated look on his face. I was a bit confused as to why he was angry, but before I could ponder at the subject, the delibird called again from the door. Banishing the whole incident from my thoughts, I turned and I opened the door. I was comforted when the delibird handed over the box and BRVR smiled and waved as delibird flew off. A package arrived with merchandise from Shop and Squirtle. I quickly pressed A as soon as that message appeared. I wondered what might be inside as BRVR leaned inside the box and took out the items. "You got a Pikachu TVZ. The Pikachu TVZ has been displayed." A menacing and quite gruesome looking Pikachu TV was set up in replacement of my old Voltorb TV. It looked like a Pikachu head facing towards you, with its jaws wide open. Inside its mouth was the TV screen, with its fangs hanging over the top and bottom. It looked as though the skin was tearing and ripping apart at places, like the TV screen was too large for its mouth. I was a bit shocked at how scary this thing looked. "You got Red Wallpaper Z. The wallpaper has been displayed. I gasped as the wallpaper was put up. It was dark red, like dried blood. Pikachus with sick, twisted smiles were repeated all across it. They each were bright red, like freshly drawn blood. I was beginning to worry. You got Pikachu Doll Z. The doll has been displayed. I winced with fear when I saw the morbid Pikachu placed on top of one of the shelves. It had that same eerie grin as the Pikachu on the wallpaper, except with long fangs. Its eyes were small, ruby red, and dilated. The tip of its tail curved inwards like a hook, and it had sharp-looking claws. Numerous dried streaks of blood ran the length of its body. You got Pikachu Doll Z. The doll has been displayed. You got Pikachu Doll Z. The doll has been displayed. You got Pikachu Doll Z. The doll has been displayed. That same sequence happened over and over until the entire room was filled with these disturbing Pikachu dolls. They replaced all of the other dolls, one by one. BRVR then got up and looked around the room. He nodded in satisfaction, and he walked towards the TV. I sat in my chair, stricken with fear. Even though it had been years since I've played the game, I knew that these particular items were never in it. Higa. A threatening and commanding call came from him. He was standing in front of the TV, giving me a glare. I knew that he wanted me to go over there. I walked to the television, and I turned it on. It opened to the normal report channel, but to my horror, the screen looked like it had blood dripping down it. I changed the channels, and they all looked that way. I quickly opened up my diary, which, in this game, is the start menu, and I clicked on the TVS tab. I chose the Voltorb TV, but as soon as I did, my diary closed without me pressing B. BRVR was staring at me with a threatening glare, and he shook his head disapprovingly. BRVR turned back to the TV and changed it to the Fortune channel. This channel seemed normal, except for the blood dripping down the screen. Choose your cookie. The words drifted by the bottom of the TV screen. I chose the top one, like I always do. The cookie floated down into the Chansey's hands and cracked open. Do you really want to know your fortune? The words appeared on the screen. I froze with fear. Something about that fortune seemed eerie. It appeared that the Chansey on the screen was laughing. BRVR changed the channel again. He changed it to the relaxation channel. Instead of the fluffy Mareep, what greeted me were morbid Pikachus that looked just like the dolls, jumping over the fence. I quickly pressed B, and I went back to the center of the room, Normally, BRVR would turn around and motion me to come back and watch it with him. But this time, he didn't seem to care. I walked over to my old painting, a beautifully coloured Jirachi, surrounded by a cute Pikachu border, hung against the wall. I sighed with relief. At least one thing was still normal. I took a few moments to stare at the old painting, mostly just because I didn't want to look at the gruesome wallpaper or those horrifying dolls. BRVR is looking at the painting too. Chills went through my spine as that message appeared, even though it was normal for your Pikachu to stare at your painting with you. I pressed B, and sure enough, BRVR was standing in front of the painting. It seemed like he had a sad expression, like he was remembering long-lost memories. He turned to me, still with the same depressed expression. He looked like he was about to cry. I felt sorry for him, and I wished that there was something I could do to cheer him up. BRVR walked up to me and asked me a question, which is normal for your Pikachu to ask you a question every now and then. But what made my blood chill is what he asked. BRVR wants to know if you still love him. It had a yes or no option. BRVR had never asked that before. I immediately clicked yes. He smiled, and then bent over laughing. I was a bit confused as to why he was having a laughing fit. When he was done laughing, he looked back up at me with an evil smile. A message appeared at the top of the screen. BRVR knows when you are lying. He turned back to watch the TV. By this point, I didn't know what to do anymore. I knew for sure that all this wasn't supposed to be happening. I thought that maybe if I restarted my GameCube, everything would go back to normal. I got up and I reached for the restart button. But when I pressed it, nothing happened. I pressed it a second time, and still nothing. The game cannot be reset right now. The message appeared on screen. My heart stopped beating for a second. After dumbly staring at the screen for a solid minute, I sat back down and decided I would continue playing. Might as well see where this goes, I whispered to myself. I just looked around the room for about a minute. Other than the wallpaper, dolls, and TV, everything seemed to be the same. I tried to smile while looking at the old Pokémon Mini and posters, but I couldn't bring myself to. The normally cute and cheerful music seemed to make the room more dark and disturbing. It looked as if all of the morbid dolls had their eyes focused on me, like they were about to reach out and grab me, then slowly tear apart and devour my flesh. BRVR wants to go outside. The message appeared at the top of the screen. Before I could do anything though, BRVR went outside and the game forced me to follow him. My breath caught in my throat when I stepped outside. The sky was blood red, with even darker red clouds swirling around in it. Strewn all across the lawn were dead Pokémon corpses. I couldn't tell what many of them were. Most of their limbs were torn off, their faces shredded, entrails everywhere. I felt sick, like I was about to throw up. BRVR circled around them, then turned to me and gave me an evil grin. He walked up to me and asked a question. BRVR wants to know if you like what he's done to the place. I immediately hit no. His sick grin deepened even more. He walked over to a skitty corpse and threw it at me. Its body parts broke off and flew everywhere as it bounced off the screen. After many agonizing minutes of being forced to watch BRVR toy with the dead body parts, he walked over to the garden. When we stepped into the garden, 2 plants were fully grown. Instead of fruits, they had grown Pikachu heads. BRVR plucked one and started to slowly eat it. My lunch started to rise up my throat. I tried to turn away from the gruesome sight, but something kept my eyes glued to the screen. After taking his time, BRVR walked over and ate the other head. Once he was done, he cast me a wicked smile, and he leaped out of the garden. Again, I was forced to follow him. BRVR was apparently done messing around outside, and went straight inside. I was hoping he was done, and we would just stay inside. I now much preferred the morbid dolls over the body parts. But he wasn't done showing me the world he had created yet. Almost as soon as we went inside, BRVR went immediately to the back door. Guess who was forced to follow, yet again. When we went outside, there weren't any more corpses, much to my relief. But the sky was still that ominous blood red. When I tried to go back inside, he wouldn't let me. BRVR would just turn and give me a disapproving shake of his head. So I was forced to stand there. The Viridian Forest bus pulled up, and BRVR walked up to it without me even clicking on it. The transition played normally, the bus riding over the map to the Viridian Forest. But when we got there, the entire forest was on fire. Dead Pokémon were laying everywhere as the trees wildly burned, their bodies charred black from the flames. BRVR seemed unaffected by the blazing fire. He skipped over to the patch of mushrooms. They looked like they were bleeding. BRVR ate one without asking for permission, and he gave a satisfied nod when he was done. Then he ran over to the bell that starts the Pokemon concert. Instead of BRVR being surrounded by Clefairies, he was surrounded by those morbid Pikachu plushies. Using the bells, they had played the most haunting and blood-chilling tune I'd ever heard. I was awestruck. It sounded so beautiful, yet so horrifying. It was high-pitched and made my ears ache. But I was in a trance. I couldn't think to turn the volume down. After what seemed like forever, the play was finally over. Glancing around, BRVR seemed satisfied with the burning forest and headed back towards the bus. Again, I was forced to stand outside my house while I awaited the next horrors that BRVR would inflict upon my eyes. I thought he would want to take the Mount Snowfall bus, but he had other ideas. He let that bus pass on by, instead deciding to take the bus to Cobalt Beach next. Same simple transition, same horrifying scene. The beach was littered with pieces of corpses of the Pokemon you would normally find roaming around there. The ocean looked like blood, and floating in it were more body parts from the dead Pokemon. It then became apparent to me that BRVR didn't like other Pokemon. We then played a game of tic-tac-toe. Instead of rocks, however, we used organs for the pieces. BRVR beat me by a long shot. Although, that was more because I couldn't think straight, using entrails as X's and O's while being surrounded by dead corpses. He laughed when he beat me, like this was all normal. Then, for the briefest of moments, a look of regret and sadness swept over his face. I felt a longing to reach out and comfort him, so I used the C-stick to pet him. But as soon as the cursor touched him, his normal infuriated and demented look came back. He ran off, heading over to the fishing area, with a little person called me unwillingly following behind. BRVR stood on his rock, and he threw out his fishing line into the blood ocean, waiting for a bite. I did nothing, for there was nothing I could do. But he turned around and gave me a menacing glare like I was supposed to be helping him. That's when I remembered the bait. I clicked on the jar labeled bait, but instead of a chocolate glazed donut, I got a rotting brain. It was falling apart and covered in a greenish brown mold, yet it was still throbbing. I quickly tossed it into the ocean. Shortly afterwards, BRVR caught something on his line. With a great yank, the creature came flying out of the ocean. I swear to God, this creature shall forever haunt my dreams. It looked like an oversized, dark purple Magikarp, but it was foaming at the mouth, while a green, acidic blood poured out from numerous gashes all along its body. Multiple organs clung to the many spikes sticking out from its body. Parts of its scales had been scrapped away, exposing muscle underneath. And some parts of the muscle looked like they'd been eaten, leaving bones sticking out. It flopped around and gasped for air, while these disturbing, gurgling sounds emitted from its mouth. I screamed when I saw this vile thing. BRVR turned to me, as if he had heard me, and he grinned. He slowly climbed down from the rock, taking as much time as possible to let the wretched creature suffer that much more. Then he started to eat the Magikarp while it was still alive. I screamed again and covered my mouth as my eyes were forced to watch this gruesome sight. Once he was done with his meal, he turned back to me and smiled a happy, playful smile. I couldn't believe this monster was once my close virtual friend that I looked forward to seeing every day after school. After that traumatizing event, BRVR cheerfully skipped along down the beach, back to the bus stop singing Pika Pikachu. His merriment made the situation that much more horrifying. While waiting for the Mount Snowfall bus, BRVR stood in the middle of the walkway, staring at me. His face was blank and showed no signs of emotion. Even though I knew he couldn't hear me, I whispered, "Why? Why are you doing this?" A tear began to fall down my face. BRVR made this world to please you. My blood turned to ice when that message appeared at the top of the screen. BRVR cast me another sick, wicked grin that stretched from cheek to cheek. More tears began to sneak their way down my face. The Mount Snowfall bus finally arrived. I don't know if I was happy at the sight or petrified at the thought of facing another gruesome scene. Same things as before. Innocent transitions. Not so innocent sights. Frostbitten carcasses lay strewn out ungloriously across the frozen land. Most half buried in snow. Surprisingly, there was no blood or entrails laying about. This area had a sadder atmosphere. BRVR slowly walked over to where Kecleon and Jigglypuff would normally sing. But since they were dead, buried under the snow, he took their place. BRVR sang the most beautiful, yet saddest song I have ever heard. His harmonious voice sounded like violins playing the most tear-jerking tune I had ever heard. He had a depressed and sorrowful, yet focused expression while he sung that tune, which is just what the song sounded like. I couldn't control the tears that started flooding down my face while he sang. My poor emotional heart broke in two, listening to this sorrow-drenched melody. After what seemed an eternity, BRVR finally finished. He looked me straight in the eyes with the most sorrowful, depressed, and utterly hopeless expression that anyone had ever seen. I longed so much to hold him in my arms, to comfort him. But he quickly turned away and ran towards the second half of Mount Snowfall. We stood in front of the ruins of truth. For many moments, BRVR just stood dead still while staring at the ruins. Then he glanced at me, a deep, meaningful look in his eyes, and he ran inside. It was pitch black inside, like it was supposed to be. He used a thunderbolt to light the electrical flowers, which caused the entire ruins to light up. All along the walls, ceiling, and floors, many different words were written in blood. Help me. Why? I must die. Kill me. It's so cold. I'm so lonely. Where is he? Come back. Why can't I die? BRVR walked over to the side of the ruins where the true or false tablet stood. I was forced to click on it. BRVR was abandoned by his best friend years ago, to be replaced by a new best friend, and was left to rot alone in this virtual world. True or false? I finally understood what all of this meant. All those words written on the walls, they were from BRVR. This was all my fault. I left him, my best friend, to die alone. No, he couldn't even die if he wanted to. He was forced to drag out his miserable existence over years. I didn't blame him for wanting revenge on me. I deserved this. I slapped myself across the face. What was I thinking? BRVR and Pokemon Channel were just a game. I wasn't supposed to devote my life to them. They were only meant to be created to amuse and entertain the mind of a child. They weren't real. I took a minute to ponder over my last statement. They weren't real. I thought about all the things BRVR had done to traumatize me and get revenge for abandoning him. Hell, this was all too real. I selected true because it was. I admitted to abandoning BRVR and leaving him alone to rot. Instead of the tablet sinking back into the ground, it glowed green, as if in approval with me. The screen slowly faded to black, except for BRVR. He stood in the center of the screen, with a tired, angry, yet sad expression. I didn't know what to think of him anymore. I hated him. I wished I really could kill him. But I felt sorry for him, and I wanted with all my heart to help him and to make things better. BRVR feels the same way about you. Those messages did not shock me anymore. If anything, I was expecting it. After a few long moments of just staring at each other, I finally started to lose it. "What are you going to do with me now?" I asked. "BRVR wants you to suffer, the same way he did," the game answered. He cast me one last wicked grin, the widest and most grotesque that I have ever seen. And the screen cut to black. After a moment, the title screen appeared. The continue button was gone. I sighed in relief that this horrifying reunion was finally over. I stood up and looked back at my desk. Sitting on top of it was a Pikachu doll Z. Pokémon is a game that we all grew up on. Whether it was red, blue, yellow, gold, silver, crystal, or the later gens, Pokemania was a thing that we always held on to. It was strongest back in the original generation, when Pokémon was loved and played by millions. It declined a bit later, but it was still strong. That, however, does not concern us. We're focusing on the beginning. The year was 1996. Pokémon Red and Green had just been released in Japan. It was a craze that was sweeping the country and would soon expand beyond its shores. Millions of little kids loved the game, and those numbers were only growing. It was like it formed some kind of a connection with them, like it plugged right into a primal part of their brains. Collecting, battling, training. They loved it. Of course, that's just a metaphor. There was no connection there. It wasn't anything supernatural. Totally normal. It was just a fun, addictive game. A landmark game to be sure, but a game nonetheless. Now, let's take a break from Pokémon for a second. This is relevant, I promise you. There is a thing called a tulpa. It hails from Tibet. It's a bit complicated, but basically, it's a mental discipline / theory. Also known as a thought form. It is described as giving palpable being to a visualization. Basically, by focusing on something to the exclusion of all else, you can breathe a kind of life into it. It's not real, of course. It's a kind of psychological trick. Or so they say. By convincing yourself that something is real, you can actually fool yourself into believing it. It's very rare to see a tulpa being performed. It's incredibly difficult, fiendishly simple, and yet very few can do it. You see, you have to totally believe, 100%, without a single doubt in your mind. The kind of faith that motivates entire religious movements metaphor that can make an army march to an impossible victory. Just from the description, you should know that it takes someone truly special to pull it off. That's why it is so rare. But there is another way. You see, a group of people can do it a bit more easily. Not much, but if everyone focuses on something that's similar, they can generally help to form a small tulpa without much trouble. The bigger the group, the easier it is. See where I'm going with this? Some say that a tulpa can form naturally, that a large enough group of people will begin to generate their own. That could be the origin of some religions, of belief in magic. Enough people get together and decide the same thing, and maybe in ones or twos, they can't really do much. What about in thousands? In millions? What kind of tulpa would be born then? There's a theory going around. Slender Man. You know, tall, thin and faceless. He's a tulpa, dreamed up by something awful. I won't really go into the specifics as it's not the point here. But what I am trying to get across is that he has a thing dreamed up by a dozen or so people. Dedicated people, yes. People who loved horror and who put their all into it. But in the end, only a few. Pokémon was different. Imagine it. Millions of children, all gazing down at their Game Boys, playing, raising, believing. It's the kind of thing that could never happen without such a widespread effort. Even thousands of them would not be enough, because the belief is so fickle. None of the kids really genuinely thought that Pokémon were real. It was more like a thought. Wouldn't it be cool if? But that was okay. Because when one child stopped believing, there were more. So many more. But how could such a game form a tulpa? Don't they have to believe in something similar? You can't just say they believed in Pokémon itself. It doesn't work like that. No, it might be more true to say that they believed in the world of the game. The world of Pokémon in their cartridge. The game itself was the focus of all their attention. So maybe the game itself became the tulpa. They wouldn't be many, but now and then, maybe a tulpa would be born. Specifics would depend on the child who owned the game, but there would be some similarities. The world would be more real. Maybe even have a mind of its own. Recorded tulpa are sometimes known to be able to think for themselves, to make choices, and to know things that no single member of the group that created them could possibly know. Indeed, once they pass by a certain point, they no longer even need the belief that gave them birth. They become self-sustaining, a living concept. When people who know what they're doing create one, they always include a kill switch. It's so that if the tulpa becomes like this, if it passes that point, it can't go out of control. But what about people who don't know what they're doing? They wouldn't know to include such a thing. Picture it now. Across millions of homes, a handful of games become something a little bit more. Maybe the kids didn't notice. By the nature of the tulpa, they would always have seen it that way. Then they grow up. They discard their games. Maybe sell them off. Maybe throw them out. The tulpa had long since passed the point where it needed them. But still, Pokémon is about trust, friendship. What does a tulpa feel like when it is abandoned? Maybe it seeks revenge. What if such a game was sent out into the world, bought by an unsuspecting gamer? They would play it to find it twisted, a mockery of what it once was. If they were lucky, it would only shock them. Not all tulpa are created equal. The unlucky ones might meet a worse fate. What's the worst that you can imagine? Basically, what I'm saying is the next time you read a haunted cartridge creepypasta and are about to click away because it's the same as the last one you read, stop and think. Maybe it's the same because it isn't made up. Maybe there are still tulpa out there, abandoned, awash with anger, resentment. But this is just a theory, of course. Such a thing is quite impossible. Even if it were, why would a tulpa be created by focus on a game? It's just ones and zeros, right?